Good evening, good morning, good afternoon, wherever you are. We are back once again with some clear skies. I am incredibly happy that this weather's cleared up. I am Tom, I am the Astro Canuck, and we are shooting live images of outer space again tonight. And I'm very happy that you have come in and joined us, and it's good to see a lot of new names, new members of the observatory have joined in, and it's really cool to see a lot more people kind of taking a little more interest in the night sky, and willing to kind of have me ramble on about one of my favorite sciences, and just just how much I enjoy astrophotography. And it's been a really good week, I guess, in terms of the stream overall. I mean, it's been interesting. With last night was fantastic. Some of those images that came through, and I'm hoping to be able to kind of bring something a little similar tonight. I've already started on our first target, which is already underway, and it's going to be one of those 16.5-minute exposures. I figure I'll try to do that for the kind of the beginning of the night, if we can get that rolling, and that way at least we have a really detailed image to kind of start things off there. And usually there is a lot of the preamble kind of leading up to things, so I figure we'll try and make that a regular thing. But yeah, tonight we have there might be a little bit of cloud rolling in about an hour. I was looking on the Met office for their weather information for the cloud coverage, and the east of England is kind of a little cloudy, but it's going to clear up in a short while there. So there might be a little momentary lapse in some images coming through, but there's plenty that we can kind of do to look after ourselves and not worry about waiting for those clouds to go away there. So I thank you guys very much for joining in, and it's those of you who have been in before, it's a really relaxed atmosphere. We'll shoot some images of the night sky. We have down there we have our telescope cam that we can see the scope shooting away there, and it looks like all the connections were good with things. Last night there seemed to be a bit of an issue with the internet connection, maybe once or twice. It wasn't too bad, and I've noticed today it's dropped out here and there, so I'm not sure. Hopefully we don't have it doing that during the stream, but if it does happen, we're going to be back in just a few seconds there. I do have the my disconnection protection rolling on OBS, so we're able to kind of keep things going there. So there are quite a few people that have joined the observatory in the last 24 hours, and I think that's incredible. And just the support that's come through with all this, and I'm very excited to see more people. Filth Pig 615, first time here. Well, thanks for joining in. We like I said before, we do shoot live images of outer space, and tonight we are starting on the Bubble Nebula, and it's yeah, we have got a bunch of new people there. Filthy, you were hanging out Econ Greg's stream before. Excellent. Yeah. Like I said to Greg earlier, he's been an inspiration for me for kind of doing this whole sharing of the night sky, and I think he's built up an amazing community with his e-congregation there, and I figured it's something that I wanted to do. It's what I get more enjoyment out of. I do enjoy processing images, but it's this whole part of it. It's the capturing of the images, and the just all the effort that kind of goes into it, and kind of being able to share these shots with you guys is something that I'm really happy to do. And it's been you know, I've been doing this on Twitch only for about a month and a half now, but I mean the support that's kind of rolled through and a lot of people's interest has been incredible, and I'm really I'm humbled by the response that's come through there. So yeah, I do thank you very much for joining. I do thank you for joining the observatory. I see that you had followed there earlier. And yeah, there's quite a few people. I mean, in the last 24 hours, we had about, oh, how many was that? Probably about like 15-ish people have joined. So hopefully we get some more people kind of coming in. I am in the east of England, and that's why you know, our astronomical dark starts at about 6 o'clock in the evening now, so that is really good. So we're able to get as much of the night skies shot as possible. It's only a month and a half. Yeah, that's pretty much all that I've been going on here. I started off on Facebook doing some live streams, kind of testing the waters there, and there was a lot more that I feel that Twitch had to offer in terms of just options for the stream and just being able to, you know, being able to grow a community through here. And like I said, it's been a really, really positive response from a lot of people. So, yeah, I've just been enjoying it. It's, you know, there have been some nights where things have gone absolutely wrong. And, you know, that's the nature of astrophotography sometimes. It's that there are nights when everything can go completely right, and then you wonder what's wrong. And then there's other times that nothing goes right, and you're like, okay, that's about right. So the most of the time we've been doing well. It's there have been minimal hiccups. I think the biggest problem that I've had is for some reason my internet cuts out for half a second, and then we'll buffer for a bit, and then we'll be back. So other than that, we have. Can you give examples of what can go wrong? I'm a bit new to this. Well, the what I use is the. Here, let me go to the scope here. So we are using a. I'll give you a rundown of the setup because this is where things can kind of come in and out there. Where's my face? There I am. So we have the. Let me just get the. So with the whole setup that we have, there is the ZWO ASI Air is the whole little Raspberry Pi control computer that is running the whole rig, and I'm controlling that through my laptop. And usually you're going to use a tablet for that, but I am using an emulator called BlueStacks, which can run basically any Android program as if you're on your phone or on your tablet there. So this has been early on was the main point of what's going wrong. So sometimes it won't, the telescope may not respond, or the mount may not respond, and I'll want to slew to an object and it'll go in the absolutely wrong direction. And something like that, you can quickly, if I restart the whole system there, it usually works. Turning it off and on usually kind of does the trick there. So far with the ASI ASI 533 MC Pro, the camera that we're shooting with, I haven't had any issues with that camera. I've had it since about mid-April, early May, and we've had absolutely no issues with this camera. I've enjoyed it immensely. It's been kind of one of the best purchases that I've ever made. And the telescope we're using is a 8-inch Ritchie Chrétien design reflector scope, and that's also a fairly new purchase. I have kind of gotten rid of a bit of equipment to make way for this one there, and that is also my first kind of reflector telescope. So I'm still getting used to how things are in terms of the mirrors and the alignment. I think overall we're still pretty good with collimation there. So the images that have been coming through have been, they've looked really decent. I mean, I don't want to be like tooting my own horn or anything, but I'm loving the images that are coming out of this scope and camera combination there. Did have on the first night when I set it up, I did have to take a bit of time to figure out that back spacing, and I do have a reducer on this scope, so it's giving us a little wider field of view, and also kind of reducing the focal ratio. So we're getting a little better images than we would kind of stock with the scope, and it's worked out incredibly well. A lot of the popular targets are fitting really well in the frame, and you know, we've had very little issue with the kind of the whole scope overall there. So I'm really happy with how this has kind of worked out. And you know, just our little guide scope is a small 50 millimeter Skywatcher, and just another ZWO 120 Mini. So that all works. All those ZWO products work well in conjunction. It's kind of thing some people can get pigeonholed into, and you know, you're in a way your car kind of stuck with these ZWO products if you're using the ASI Air. But at the same time, it all works together. Everything, as soon as I plug in the devices, they're recognized. They know exactly what's connected, and I've had pretty much no issue with all this. I think the only thing is that the first night I had the camera oriented upside down, and for some reason things didn't jive, so it kind of started going off in the wrong direction there. But the next night I reoriented the camera 180 degrees, and everything worked out great afterwards, and there hasn't been a major issue at all. The mount that we're using is a Skywatcher EQ6R Pro, and it was one of those purchases that was kind of based off of largely based off of a recommendation from Trevor Jones from Astro Backyard, and just how much he kind of touted the way how this is this scope, or this mount, how much weight it can take, and just how easily it responds to any command, essentially. And it's been a steady piece of equipment. I did add the peer extension, because I do have very limited areas where I can actually mount the scope in my back garden and be able to see Polaris and also any good portion of the night sky. So that has been the basic setup for quite a while. And once Orion starts to come a little higher in the sky, just above the roof line there, I will probably be switching out scopes and using the smaller 72 millimeter refractor to kind of get some more really wide field shots of Orion. Arij, hi Tom, it's been a very long day. Happy to wind down with some astrophotography. Well, very happy to have you in here, Arij. I appreciate you coming in. And yeah, we're having, I say it's, you know, I say it's going to be a chilled night. Every night is really chilled around here. I try not to do anything stressful. I don't want to have anything kind of mucking around. So yeah, every night we just have a nice evening under the stars. Figuratively, I'm in my kitchen studio, and we are getting into sub-zero temperatures. Actually, when I started things up, hey, Paul Rowe, how are you doing tonight, sir? Good to see you in. Hope you're well. Happy to have you joining in here. We are approaching freezing temps tonight, so we will mark that down as our first bit of evidence in our book. And I was actually the sensor was already at minus 0.8 degrees Celsius, so we were already at a low low temps on there. I barely have to do any cooling. What are we at for the temperature on the camera? It's at 16%. The cooler's running at minus 10 degrees. I could probably drop this down to 30 degrees below zero right now and almost have no massive impact on the cooling system. So it's yeah, it's nice and cool out, and we'll see how much frost develops, and hopefully the mirrors don't suffer throughout, because we're still waiting on getting a bit of a a dew heater system going on there. But that's kind of the way how things are going tonight there. And are you in some rural area? Any light pollution? I'm in Barcelona and it's hard to see stars here. I am in... Our neighbors are mucking about in the back garden. I'm in the east of England. I am in a small town and I'm at about a Bortle 5. So what we're actually what we're looking at here is, you can see right now, we can see Mars just up there, just starting to get behind the tree. So I'm not going to be able to image kind of anything past this area in the kind of the southwest, or sorry, the southeast sky. But I did do a check on the scope's movement, and I can really start to image down to the southeast east area, and we'll try for some other targets in that section there tonight. And it's a section of the sky that just wasn't available because of the way how I had my cabling system, and I fixed that up last night. And now we're able to kind of shoot, a little facing backwards in the garden right now. So yeah, overall, it's not the darkest of skies, but it's also not the most light polluted areas. So it's not too bad. I still need a light pollution filter, because even when I was doing like 4-minute exposures, it wasn't I was getting beige overall there. But the important thing is right now is that our first image is ready to go. And that is, that little guy down there is the Bubble Nebula. So I started off with a 16.5-minute exposure. This is going to be, these are longer, this first image of the night is going to be a longer exposure because I'll just kind of start it before things get rolling there. And usually we're doing 10-minute images, and that way we're not worrying too much about the guiding kind of going a little off there, or we're not worrying about any satellites or stars rolling through. But so these are single exposure images that come out of the camera there. And I do aim to shoot some brighter areas of the sky, so at least we get some nice details that come through there. And I love the Bubble Nebula. It's one of those areas in the sky that I wanted to shoot early on, but I didn't have the kind of the scope power, the camera. I was using a DSLR for the longest time, and that was the camera that actually I'm using right now. It's to film is my Canon Rebel T5i, and it's worked out really well as a webcam. So I did have to do a little bit of modifications to leave the sensor open so it wouldn't actually go to sleep. And I do know from that I am considerably dropping its life expectancy, but at the same time it's served its purpose. It's done well. So now we're keeping it in from the cold, so it's nice and warm all the time, and we're putting it to purpose. But yeah, that's our first image of the Bubble Nebula. And this is actually, I haven't done any stretching on the image yet. And you can see the stars moved a little bit. There's a little bit of movement there, but with 16.5 minutes, I'm not surprised that there hasn't been, or that there was a little bit of movement there, but you get the overall structure of that nebula. This one, Third Rock, how are you doing? Good to see you in here. This one was 16.5 minutes. I started this one a little earlier, so we weren't really waiting for it to come through there. So I said usually we do our 10-minute exposures, but I think for the first one of the night we'll go a little longer on there. And I am using still the same thing, the Altair Astro tri-band filter. So it's just a narrow band filter, really only getting the hydrogen alpha, oxygen 3, and hydrogen beta coming through there. Usually, when I first started off, I had a light pollution filter that was more of a broadband filter there, which kind of left a overall kind of cyan hue to everything. And with the Canon camera, it was a little difficult to kind of white balance the images there. So it took a long time for me to figure that out, and that was like one of the bigger hurdles. Even sometimes now I still kind of struggle with getting the right colors coming through there. Long exposures, what's the limit on the 533? 33 minutes, like the 2600. To be fair, I don't know. I haven't actually really tried anything long. Like when we have this is just using the preview window. So the kind of the default is 1,000 seconds is the longest. And to be fair, I really haven't tried to see if there's any other button I can click to choose a longer exposure. That just seems to be what I mean, I probably could go into the auto run and do something a little longer. I did try a 20-minute exposure, and that was last season on the Horsehead Nebula with the DSLR. And unfortunately, it was at the time when there was that update on the ASI Air that nothing worked. So everything just basically crashed on that one there. And I haven't really tried that one since. So that might be one of the things we'll try one night is we'll maybe let it run for 20 minutes. We'll do a 20-minute exposure and see how that goes. But I'll do a little bit of a stretch on this there. And because it's such a nice bright nebula, we don't lose, stretching it is, there's not a whole lot that we got to do on this one there. All right, slightly less than the, fair enough. Yeah, yeah, haven't tried that yet, but that's one we can try to do is a 2,000 second exposure. But I think I'll be doing some more experiments with this thing, and yeah, I think that's we have our light pollution still kind of going on. We still have the street lights in the area that are kind of mucking up the images. However, it does improve. I did last night. I think we were going until about 1:30 in the morning. So I missed that opportunity to do a exposure just before 1 o'clock and then after 1 o'clock. We kind of really got into things, and I was kind of lost track of what was going on there. What planet is that? This is not a planet there. It's a nebula, and it's a planetary nebula called the Bubble Nebula, NGC 7635. And it's about 11,000 light years away, and the bubble is about 10 light years across. It was created by a fierce stellar wind from the hot, young, massive central star, which has blasted out the structure of glowing gas against denser material in a surrounding molecular cloud. The nebula is being energized by the hot central star, causing it to glow. The central star is thought to have a mass of 10 to 20 solar masses. Oh yeah, not that far. It's just across down the street. Astronomically speaking, it pretty much is right down the street. Oh yes, haven't really been star linked yet to a massive degree, but. Yeah, it's one of that whole Starlink it's a double-edged sword. And there you go. Yeah, it's heavy in the hydrogen alpha wavelength there. It will at least on my monitor, on one monitor here, it's a little muddy. On the main monitor, it's a little more vibrant there. So hopefully it's coming through on your screens there. But yeah, this is one of those targets that I wasn't sure I was going to be able to actually capture with like the early equipment that I had. Paul from the Netherlands has he was Starlinked. He's been Starlinked quite a lot. Oop, hey, that's who was asking about issues? There we go. So, all right, that's the first time in a while that that one's happened where we need to reconnect. Hopefully that's the last issue. And now that I've talked about reconnection, the internet's probably going to drop out for a second. So that one there, eh? So that's Architufus's Instagram. So he's your resident processor from Indonesia. He's really good at it. Yeah, cool. Well, I will. This is his Instagram. Damn. That Saturn's incredible. And he's only got 37 followers. 38. That's some nice looking stuff. And seriously, that Saturn's amazing. Apparently my phone thought I addressed it. He does a lot of Hubble data. Eh? Well, I mean, he does a fantastic job of processing. That's really cool. That's some good work that I've never actually tried to process any Hubble data myself. It's one of those things. It's like it's on the list of things to check out there. I mean, we're you know, this telescope is a mini Hubble, the same kind of design, but much smaller. So we're not getting Hubble resolution at the moment, but I am pleased with how this has come out. You know, it's 16 and a half minutes. So that Pleiades was Greg's mixed with IR data. With oh, that's cool. So that was here. Let's jump back there. So this one here, you combine some data on that. That's really good. That's tremendous. I dig it. Yeah, no, I haven't been hit that hard by Starlink. At the most, I've had a couple of satellites fly through, but that was, yeah, nothing like that. Well, for those of you who have just joined in the stream, thank you very much for coming in. We I'd like to welcome you into the chat, into the observatory. We are currently shooting. We've just finished our exposure of the Bubble Nebula, which is a planetary nebula located in Cassiopeia, and this is about a 16.5-minute exposure. And it's one of those targets that is it's got a lot to offer. There's so much detail that could be pulled out of this, and with a much longer integration time, we be able to pull out a lot of these details. And well, we wouldn't have as many streaky stars. However, it's you know, the pareidolia in here kind of makes me think of the old toys from my childhood called Mad Balls, and it looks like a bit of a mummy's face, but that's what I see. People can see other things, but that was that's our first target. I think I'm going to try and stay in this kind of area at the moment, because it can quickly fade away thanks to the trees there. So I'm just an FYI, you're on the OPT Clear Skies Network radar. Oh, really? Oh, that's kind of cool. To like what degree? I mean, it's you know, it's cool that I'm a bit on the radar there. You know, I'm just happy doing what we're doing here, and it's just one of those things that I found that processing an image is great. You know, taking the photos is great, but it's this part here, just kind of sharing this, and we get a little bit of conversation going, and it's what I love to talk about this. And like I've said before, I always try to shoehorn astronomy in some way, shape, or form into a conversation, and you know, for the most part, you get a lot of people. You get those fringe fans of it, and there's a little bit of interest and a little bit of knowledge. They were talking about yesterday, all positive, of course. Cool. Hey, positive or not, you know, no news is bad news, right? Or no publicity is bad publicity. Oh, cool. Thanks for for that little tip there. Yeah, I mean, I'm just kind of doing what I'm doing on here. It's you know, we've been like, it's only been a month and a half, but overall, I mean, the people who have kind of joined in, and just the response has been really positive, and you know, I'm humbled by the support that's kind of been given out, and just the community that's starting to build, and other communities that are kind of coming in and banding together, and you know, just we're all under the same night sky, and it's just one of those things that a lot of problems can kind of fade away for a bit when you look up. And I know it can sound maybe a little cliche or whatever, but you know, that's just the way I kind of feel about astrophotography and astronomy. Hey, James Vade, how are you? They were talking about you yesterday on stream. I found them. You found them through me. Cool. Excellent. Yeah. I mean, the stuff that they're doing, that Dustin Gibson has been going on about, and you know, what he's built with OPT and the Clear Skies Network, and I think it's just been, you know, when I started listening to their Space Junk podcast, basically from day one, when they released it there, and yeah, it's there's so many interesting people doing astrophotography and other things to do with space and aerospace engineering, and you know, it's a wide pool of talent in astronomy, and everybody has their own little focus there, but we all have the kind of the same goals, is to make space a little more attainable for people, and like I said before, for Econ Greg, for his it was his podcast when I listened to it, and it gave me kind of the the inspiration to try and do this as well. And because, you know, there's other people, like friends and family, who are kind of interested in what I did before, and it's just being able to reach out and like kind of connect with you guys, and you know, just meet some new people, meet some like-minded people there. And there we go, join the Discord on there. And also, speaking of Discords, I am, this weekend I'm going to set my own up here, and what we'll do is I'm going to have some options of what we can do for in terms of image sharing, and I'm going to kind of get some of my stacked images available for those who may not have the equipment that they wanted to do, but at least maybe use some of my images that I've taken. They're not all gonna be like the greatest data, but at the same time you can play around with what's good data, what's not so good data, and there's people who have fantastic data, which, you know, it's every little bit you can kind of do to be able to try something else out. And there have been other images that you know, that I've processed from other people who have kind of offered them up, and you know, I've botched it spectacularly. You know, my final product was nothing near of what you know, they had presented on their social media. So you know, there's always, everybody's going to have a different way of processing, and you know, people are going to get different results. So and yeah, and there have been some images that I've done that I absolutely love, and like right off the bat, and I don't want to go back and touch it anymore because I'm so happy with how it turned out. And there's other images where like I'm thinking I really got to go back and try this again, because it was just, you know, it wasn't up to what I felt was a nice image to look at there. So I am glad that that more people are streaming now. When I got into it and began streaming this stuff, there wasn't anyone doing it. Now we have a decent sized astronomy astrophotography community going on Twitch, and there have been a bunch of people that I've, even like the last 24 hours, who I've kind of discovered on Twitch who was doing the same thing. And that is one of the hard things about Twitch, is the discoverability, and it is this word of mouth, and we're sharing with our friends in all these other communities of who's doing what. And that's kind of one of the things that I always do want to promote on my stream, is that I'm not above anybody else by any means. Like, if you're doing this too, or you're doing something else that you're passionate about, you know, let me know. Share it in the chat. Like, you know, for the most part, don't even ask for permission. Do it. I'm telling you, share anything that you want, because there's going to be something else that someone else is going to connect with in some other way, and you're going to find new fans, find new friends in this. And you know, there have been people who I've never met in person at all. Some people I've never really seen their faces, but there is that connection that you kind of build. And it's these communities that Twitch has, and these little pockets of interests all around the internet. And we're coming together as these little communities, and especially now when we cannot meet face to face. And you know, it's these you know, these online friendships that we're forming, and that's becoming, you know, just a nice, safe and comfortable place to be in, to relax in, to just hang out with other people. You agree on it, discovery on Twitch is really hard, especially when it's not to mainstream gaming. And that's the other thing. I don't fault anybody who's doing phenomenally well with a game. If someone is like speedrunning Minecraft, or someone is playing Fortnite, you know, and they're getting thousands of people on their stream, then that's totally cool. You know, I don't anticipate that, you know, we're gonna have thousands of people on, you know, on this channel. You know, I wouldn't even know how that would happen, but it's kind of one of those things that, you know, we're going to have our little our communities, and we kind of reach out to other ones that are kind of like-minded. And you know, it's this whole the networking that we're going to have to be doing. It's these kinds of skills that aren't really taught in school. We're just kind of organically making these connections here, and I think that's when it really starts to work out there. And you know, we had this span of clear skies early on in April and March, and into May. It was incredible weather that we had here, and you know, in a way, I'm kind of glad I wasn't doing this at that point, because I wasn't ready for it. I wasn't kind of mentally ready, or just the equipment wasn't quite there. So it was one of those things that I guess I just had to start at the right time for me. And I think just with the kind of the equipment they've got rolling, everything is working out nice. It's working out really well. Make space great again, and that's true. It has been great, and it is one of those things where we have, you know, it's been a lot of this, and you know, it's taking that time to look up, and you know, you may not know what you're looking at up there, but at the same time you're seeing out into this massive void of amazing wonders that are beyond our, you know, our crummy little meat cameras. And when you start pointing some other cameras up into the sky, you're going to see a lot more what it has to offer there. You know, I don't mean to kind of, you know, not always trying to get philosophical on things, and it can be a little difficult not to try and think of a bigger picture, but at the same time, it is also totally nice to be, oh shit, that's cool, and that's a great reaction. I'm fine with that. You know, it's you know, I'm happy to try to offer up as much information of the target that we're looking at, and also I probably could have started 20-minute exposure, because I've been going on about things for like 20 minutes now. But you know, it's one of the things we may not always know exactly what we're looking at, and I try to explain to the best of my ability what we're looking at. And there's, you know, there have been other people in here that are able to, you know, help out along the way. It's other ones who are into astrophotography as well, and that's, you know, we're of this like-minded community, and the more kind of people we can pull in from the fringe, the better, because we just get more people looking up and more people interested in astronomy. And I'm just waiting for the quantum efficiency upgrade for our meat cameras. Yeah, you and me both, man. Sorry, it's a blip in a glitch in the matrix there. We're all good. Yeah, I mean, there's only so much that our eyes can see up there, and there have been times when I'm looking up during a meteor shower, and I think it's a meteor that I might have seen, and most likely it's a reflection in my glasses, kind of just totally messing with me. So I got my own eyewear trolling me. Right, where are we? We are over here at the Bubble Nebula. We're probably losing guiding as well, possibly hitting the tree. No, it's not too bad. Let's see, in that same area, what else can we pick out here? We did try the Wizard Nebula last night, and I think that actually might have kind of gone past us right now as well into the trees. I think it might have. So we'll start coming back to the east. And we'll, what's this one here? It's a small planetary nebula, a little too tiny. We got something a little brighter there. And let's see. Hey, Savvy. How's it going? It's going very well. We have clear skies, and it looks like everything is going to hold off, and we are going to have nice weather right up until about 2 in the morning, which is probably going to be maybe an hour after I shut things down. We'll see how it goes there. But thanks for jumping in there. We're going to pick our next target. I think I'm going to just kind of follow Cassiopeia down, and we're going to go to, we did the Pac-Man Nebula. Let's go over to Andromeda. Let's take a look at the core again there, because I just think it turns out so well on this camera, and it's a massive target. It's nice and bright, and yeah, we're gonna shoot Andromeda, and we probably should have started that a lot longer ago, but we'll pick that up. We'll get some shots of that while we're on the kind of the little west of the meridian. And okay, now another thing that I'm doing, that I have discovered with the with BlueStacks, is that I can take screenshots. So not only am I going to be hiding behind the logo here, saving the image there, which saves as a FITS file. So we have that, but I also need to remember to take a screenshot, so that we at least have this on record as the stretched image, because when I'm looking back through the image files, it is just the FITS file, and I can't stretch it anymore to if we're looking back on images. So if I make sure I save them as a screenshot there, and I think I might even add that as a channel point reward, just so that we can have that pop up on the screen, so at least I can so you guys can remind me as well, to make sure that we've saved the image, and we have a record of it there. And like I said, once I get the Discord set up this weekend, we'll have those images available. Now, there seems to be a bit of an issue of me connecting to the chat. Not sure what is up with that there. Hopefully, if anybody can post anything in the chat there, because I am not seeing anything at the moment there. And I fear that if I have to restart OBS, that is going to be incredibly annoying. Let's see. All right, while I'm waiting for that to happen, let's at least move over to the Andromeda Galaxy, and hopefully that's not... That'll be our... Okay, that's fine. Let me connect back in. So, again, here's some minor issues that have popped up there. And I don't know how to actually refresh this. Oh, here we go. Let's do that. It seems my stream chat has disconnected for some reason. And maybe it is working and you guys might be chatting, but for some reason I cannot see it. Connecting. Let's see, can the Astrobots say anything? Right. For the moment here, let me see what is up with that, because I don't know if it's my chat, or can we whisper to anyone, or is it just me? and hopefully that isn't the case, because that would be annoying to have to restart everything. No, I can't. See if I can. I'm going to get this image going so that if I do have to restart, we're coming back to. At least we're coming back to something there. All right. If we still hear me going on here, I'm going to start our Andromeda exposure, and then I'm going to see if I can get this chat back, because for me, I can't see anything coming through, and I don't know who is at fault here. Actually, there was some issues I saw for some other people having with Stream Elements earlier today, and with their alerts not going off. Let's see if this is still working. All right, that's still working. And at one point I was going to get into thanking those who joined in, but it looks like I might have to restart, and this is really annoying. No, we're still trying to connect to chat. Is this going to end? My apologies that this is going on there, and if it's Twitch's fault, well, then that's their fault. If it's somehow my fault, I apologize immensely, and maybe we'll restart the stream. But it doesn't look like we can connect to the chat. All right, so for those of you who are still sticking around, I'm going to restart. All right, I'm going. Okay, give me 1 second. I'm going to be. Thank you, Third Rock. I'm going to restart the stream. If you guys want to hang tight for like 2 minutes, if that, I'm just going to stop it and we're going to restart, and hopefully everything kind of comes back there. So we will. Chat broken. Definitely your size. Fine on my end. Okay. Oh wait. There he goes. All right, that was weird. That was annoying. I apologize. That was there was nothing on my, on the connections was going wrong there. So that was annoying. How's the my little bot? There was an OBS Live update, but I wasn't running that software. Maybe it is part of the software. I shouldn't have updated. I should have let it run, and then I should know better than that. Never upgrade or update things when you're about to go live. So that being said, the chat's working again. Hello, those of you who have stuck around there. I wasn't trying to ignore anybody who was chatting. And if you did try to send any messages at the time before, the answer to the second question was gravy. The third answer was the number 2. And the last answer was chocolate milkshakes. So we'll get that all sorted out. But we are imaging the Andromeda galaxy right now. I think I might have even said Andromeda Nebula before. But we also didn't know how long any of this issues were going to be going on with the chat there. So now that we've regained control of the chat, everything is working on my side here. We've started a long exposure on the Andromeda galaxy, and it's we'll see how this goes. I think it might end up being, well, it's not going to be the overall theme of the night for these 16-minute exposures, and I probably should have started it long before when we were just kind of going on about community and things like that. So thank you guys for joining in. Thank you guys for coming back after that little snafu with the chat there. And you know, we've had quite a 24 hours with the stream, and having quite a few new friends coming into the observatory. And I mean, even since last night, we had near the end of the night, we had It's CD here, was a new follower. Hanau, Grub Plays, JD Raven, Thumper, Yusefka, Filth Pig 615, Trekker Kev, Sleepy Developer, Cathop 1, Starman XL55, and thanks to all of you for joining the observatory. Hey, Filth Pig. You came back at just the right time. The chat was broken for some reason, so yeah, thanks for coming on back. Appreciate that. Yeah, it's been quite the reception in the past 24 hours, and I'm you know, glad to see so many new faces, and hopefully we see a lot more in the coming weeks, the coming months. There's a lot of plans that I have for the channel, and you know, one of them is going to be a bit of an overhaul of my overlay. You know, I'm trying to get more of a chatting section kind of going on, and you know, I'll work on a bit of the structure here, but we do at least have our upcoming image kind of at a glance. We have our scope camera and the view of Stellarium, so that we can just see how little of the night sky is available in my back garden. We'll bring up the sun. So we got an idea. I mean, I have a very thin and long back garden, but there are a lot of trees that are blocking my view. I do have that nice view to the east, or at least we got a lot of interesting objects. I have a good shot of Polaris, and there we go. So we have that during the available for me, but other than that, there's not much more of the sky that I have available. So when the scope is actually looking towards the west, I do have these trees go up a lot higher, and this was kind of one of the additions in Stellarium for putting my back garden in there. That was just a quick thing that I tried out to see how it looks, and maybe a little bit of changes to the settings I still have to do, but overall it gives a pretty good idea of what we have available and what's not available. Would it be possible to put your equipment on top of, let's say, a 10-meter pole or something to get more field of view? That would, getting up that high, you would definitely need a much more stable structure below for having a pier that high in the air. There's things I was looking into generally in the United States and Canada. There are grain silos on farms, and I was looking into seeing if anybody had actually converted those into an observatory. And there have been people, I saw a few people kind of talking about a project like that, and it does involve kind of building a concrete pier basically from the top of the silo right down the whole length of the whole height of the silo itself down to the ground, but then you're also reinforcing everything with backfilling the whole thing with sand, and at that point that's the major cost, is kind of reinforcing and making that structure as stable as possible, because you know, when you're getting that high, any bit of wind is really going to be amplified, and so you need to get that as as wide and as deep into the ground as possible, really. So I think those who use a mountaintop, that's a much more stable structure to build your observatory on. But I entertain that idea of of trying to get a much higher viewpoint and kind of get over the houses, get have a little less impact from the street lights. If we can get above that, then they're definitely not going to be pointing up, at least. So we'll have the the spread of the street lights around here. But yeah, if you can get above those lights, then at least it's not going to impact your images as much. And I think even if you if you're up there with your equipment, you basically got to remain fairly still as well. So it's that trade-off. You can have a great view, but it definitely has to be the most stable structure you've ever built. So I think maybe purchasing a property that wouldn't have any trees really impacting. The trees can be elsewhere, maybe on the other side of the house. Yeah, I did wonder about the maintenance of something like that. I don't care for spiders in my beard. I don't want to have anybody living in there that doesn't have to be in there. I didn't grow tomatoes this year, so that was a bit of a plus for not giving spiders a home in the back garden there. So at least there's less opportunities for them to kind of weasel their way in. And now I've given myself the willies. So yeah, it's I don't, as long as spiders don't mess with me, I don't care what they do. That's totally fine. Just stay out of my beard. That's all. That's all I ask. But there have been some really interesting observatories that people have built. Some that are basically just to purpose, and they're just a nice cover for the scope to keep the elements out. And then there are other people who have made a really nice, almost like a miniature cottage for their whole setup there. And I like that kind of idea, to be able to build like your own separate little area that can be cozy while you're imaging, and also have the option to kind of go out in the little area with your scope to be looking up at the sky, so you're not always underneath the underneath the roof. While I wouldn't be bringing all this equipment outside with me, I don't mind being outside as well during imaging sessions, because while the scope is focused on just one point in the sky, there's the entire rest of the sky to look at, to maybe catch a meteor coming through. When I have when we're watching the night sky during a meteor shower, I do have my phone propped up on a tripod, and just kind of clicking away with that and trying to do some 30-second exposures and maybe catch a meteor or two in the camera there. I think the last good session that I kind of caught was I think it was the Lyrid meteor shower, when we actually had some clear skies at that point. It's a bit of a bummer when there are some astronomical events happening and they are not visible just due to the weather or even just the geographical location. I mean, a little bit of travel can be done to kind of catch those objects, but at the same time, I've kind of gotten rid of a lot of my portability of the equipment. So, if I am going to take the main gear out anywhere, it's it's gonna have to be, I have to know that we're having good skies and the weather is going to hold up and everything's going to be favorable, because it's a heavy rig to be toting around at this point now. I don't regret getting rid of my Star Adventurer. It may be one of those pieces of equipment that I'll kind of pick up again, but you know, for what I'm doing, it's I tried doing a night where I was actually imaging with the larger scope and also the Star Adventure, and that just ended up being too cluttered and too clumsy for the back garden, at least for my setup there. So I wasn't able to kind of pull off that dual rig. I would almost need two of the same rigs working independently on opposite ends of the garden, but then the logistics of getting that all working together can seem like a bit of a nightmare. But let's go back there. So with this, I mean, with the view that is possible, I mean, I would like to be able to see a little higher. If I can get the scope, maybe even, you know, like where the pier is extended to about where the top of the scope is right now, then I would, you know, I would be largely unencumbered by roof lines and be able to see a little more earlier in the evening. How weatherproof is that equipment? Can it handle rain and snow? I do have a scope cover. It is the brand is Telegizmos, and it's their 365 series, and it is meant for all weather. And it feels nice and tough and durable. And I've left this scope out for quite a while in the pouring rain as well. And there, yeah, it's that whole thing is leak proof. I do have a desiccant filter underneath. You know, basically the same kind of thing you would put in your closet to kind of capture any moisture that might be in there. Then those things are supposed to last for weeks on end. And I had one in there that lasted, I think it was about 3.5 weeks or so before the water level had the moisture had filled up there, so it wasn't going to be as efficient anymore. So I have replaced it, and yeah, that kind of scope cover it's been great. It's you know, we'll see on our rainy day astronomy sessions, we have the scope covered up, and you know, we have our camera trained on that just to see just how crummy the weather is, so we can all look out the window together and pout a little bit and wish the clouds would go away. But we'll I love that cover. It's been much more reliable than a series of bin bags, and yeah, it's essentially it's paid for itself in the time that it saved me setting things up, because I'm ready to go in about 15-20 minutes if everything goes well for taking the scope off and everything there. Oh, that face when Twitch doesn't send you a stream notification. Glass Monty, sorry to hear that. Bad Twitch. Send my notifications out, Twitch, please. There are friends that I've made that I want to see here. Thanks for coming in, Glass Monty. We've we've missed one image right now. There's been a lot of kind of chit chat that's been going on, and even the chat itself for some reason broke, and we couldn't see messages or send messages for a bit. But glad you've come in. We've just finished our 16.5-minute exposure on the Andromeda galaxy, which is down there, and I'm going to switch over to that in just a second. And we're just lamenting about the clouds and how we don't like them, and just the ways that I've been protecting my scope, so we're able to better have this out and not have to set up every night, because to go from 0 to a complete setup takes about 45 minutes to an hour, and I do also like to take my time setting up to make sure I'm not missing anything. And you know, there have been times when I think I'm ready to go, and then I've missed 2 steps prior. So I've had to take the entire mount off and reset everything again, and it can get annoying. However, you know, leaving the scope up, this cover has worked out really well for me, so I'm very happy for that. Now let's go to Andromeda. This is 16.5 minutes, 1,000-second exposure. you know, I don't think we can go wrong with this one tonight. We've done two 16-minute exposures, and they've both turned out really, really well. And this one is, without zooming in, the stars look really nice. The stars look fantastic. And I don't know if I want to zoom in anymore because maybe the stars are rubbish. But let's, I'm going to do a bit of a stretch on here, try to bring out a few more details. And this is our closest galactic neighbor, about 2.5 million light years away. Let's do one more. There we go. This is only a portion of the Andromeda galaxy that we're seeing right now because it is incredibly massive. It is 6 full moons in diameter. And in a really dark sky sight, you can make out the Andromeda galaxy. And it's one of those targets that definitely would need a mosaic to get the whole thing in there. But at 16.5 minutes, you know, one of the kind of the longest base exposure we can do with the ASI Air, we're picking out all sorts of details in here. And the stars actually aren't that bad. Zooming in, there's a little bit of movement, but at 16 minutes, I'm not surprised that there's a tiny bit of movement. But usually you're also not going to shoot a galaxy with the kind of filter we're using tonight because you're going to lose out on a bit of star color, and you're not going to see as many of the kind of fainter stars that are going to be around the galaxy there. However, it's big enough, it's bright enough that we're getting some really good details in here. And I almost want to say that there is some, like even in here, a little bit of nebulosity possibly in there. You know, we're seeing these colorful patches, and much like how we have our, you know, like our Bubble Nebula and our Orion Nebula, you know, we're picking out the Andromeda galaxy's little nebulae within its spiral arms. You know, and just the like, I'm going to zoom in on the core here, which is obviously going to be a really bright section. But I mean, we're still seeing, you know, the other stars around the, you know, that's kind of being washed out by the core, but the core isn't totally washed out. I'm really impressed with how this, you know, the camera has the range. It's you know, it's only about a 12-bit camera, but we're not getting, you know, the core isn't blown out. We're still kind of making out little bits of the dust lanes, of the molecular dust clouds that are in Andromeda there. You know, and for a bit of a quick image stretch and a one-shot color camera, you know, it does the job. It's bringing us this really interesting and cool image of our you know, our nearest neighbor, which is slowly but surely getting closer and closer, and will eventually merge along with the other galaxy, the Triangulum galaxy. The three of us will have a big party one day, and we'll all get together, and we'll share stories of days gone by. But that's our 16.5-minute exposure of the Andromeda galaxy. Mew Mew, Em, how you doing? Thanks for coming in. Yeah, I love this camera. I mean, even just the we're still getting some distinct star colors in here. It could be a little, maybe not as green overall, but also at the same time, I'm looking between my two monitors, and I am getting some different colors kind of showing through here. But yeah, it's this is the longest single exposure that I've done on the Andromeda Galaxy. All right, there we go. Rewards. Do the channel point rewards. Unlock those emotes. We have for our tier 1 subscribers, there are the Astro and the Raid. And we had just unlocked the Raid not too long ago after reaching 15 subs. So our kind of our next goal is to have 25 people subscribing. That can unlock another set of emotes. And I also found out that not until I would make partner can I add any more to the tier 2 and tier 3 emotes there. So it's it is a process. It is a long journey to be to reach that next level, to get that purple check mark beside the name. And that's going to be a massive effort. So, but for now, I'm incredibly thankful for all those who have joined in on the chat, and those who have kind of joined in watching the broadcasts, and who have helped get us to the affiliate level. So I thank all of you who have followed, who have joined the observatory, who have subscribed. For those who have Twitch Prime, subscriptions are free. You can feel free to subscribe to anybody you want. There's no pressure to subscribe to your favorite Twitch streamer or anything like that. It's totally free of choice. There's absolutely no prerequisite of subscribing to the channel, but at the same time, any of those funds are going to be going towards astronomy equipment to bring better images, image longer, and just bring more amazing images. I mean, I can't not look at this image and be absolutely taken aback by, this is an entirely different galaxy that we're looking at. There are planets in that area, in that whole galaxy, that are doing who knows what, and what's happening over there. We're looking at this as it was 2.5 million years ago. So there's been all this time for that galaxy to do its own thing, and maybe something's looking back this way thinking, I wonder what's going on in that galaxy. Is there even any sentient life in that galaxy? Who knows? We can't say for sure. I can't say for sure, and I can't really speculate beyond that, because I do not have a firm grasp on on the Drake equation. I took a quickie on Andromeda too. There's all sorts of levels of Andromeda. I mean, the first image that I took was a stationary image. I shot at about 25 seconds and had this little faint smudge, and I was figuratively over the moon about it, because I've always wanted to image Andromeda, and now even kind of getting it at this resolution, I'm a wide-eyed kid again looking at these images. And there's so much out there that we can see in the night sky. Let's do hang on. That is really cool, dude. That is, I like it. I really like that a lot. make sure we're on the all right, Arish, what are your specs on this image here? Because this is a really nice shot of Andromeda. Seriously. Now, see, I do love the wide field shot because you get to see its satellite galaxies as well. You know, we have our large and small Magellanic Clouds, and Andromeda has its own satellite galaxies that are orbiting around there. No, that's I like it. I like it a lot. It's an image I'd be proud to capture there. No problem. You're welcome. Thank you for sharing it. Yeah. So what? There's tons of information about the Andromeda Galaxy. So that was with the Canon 70 by 300 millimeter lens at f5.6 with the mini track. Now, then that's tremendous. I mean, for using that mini track, and your stars look nice and round as well. So hey, that's no, definitely one to be proud of, dude. Very well processed. Sorry, I had a spam message come through. We've limited your PayPal account. Click this message so you don't lose out on any more transactions. I'll get right on that. Clickety clickety do. So much about Andromeda. What little details can we? So it's about 1.5 hours of exposure. For 1.5 hours of exposure time on the Andromeda Galaxy, and being able to keep the details about it there, you know, it's also kind of shows just how bright this galaxy is in the night sky. You know, you did a good job of not blowing out any of the noise that could be within the image there. So definitely a tremendous looking image for sure. God, there's so much on the Andromeda Galaxy. There's too much. I'm going to take a little snippet out of here that the Great Andromeda Nebula was what it was called in the beginning, because it was originally thought to be just a nebula before telescopes were able to resolve this into its stellar constituencies. And so the Great Andromeda Nebula was believed to be one of the nearest gaseous nebulae. In 1785, William Herschel wrote incorrectly that based on its color and magnitude, the distance of the Great Nebula would not exceed 2,000 times the distance of Sirius, about 17,000 light years. He viewed M31 at the nearest island universe, like our Milky Way, which he assumed to be a disk 850 times the distance of Sirius in diameter, with a thickness of 155 times that distance. The first photographs of M31 were taken in 1887 by Isaac Roberts from his private observatory in Sussex, England. Go England. His long-duration exposures allowed the spiral structures of the nebula to be seen for the first time, but Roberts mistakenly believed that it was actually a solar system in formation, with satellite galaxies as nascent planets. I mean, tons of information on Andromeda. How's the temperature holding up out there? Still sub-zero? What are we at? How are we doing? How does the scope look? Where'd my mouse go? There we go. That's the problem with having, there's two monitors and many windows that are showing my pointer. So it's find the real pointer. I mean, the skies have maintained their clarity. I mean, this is, we're past the, actually we're maybe approaching the point is when there might be some clouds rolling through. But we have a little bit of heat exhaust from my neighbor's extension on the house here. So in a way, sometimes shooting through this section is largely dependent on how long they run their heating for. What is our current temperature right now? We are at refreshing 2 degrees, and it's probably going to stay steady at 2 degrees the whole night, but it's probably going to feel like I think I said about -1, so we're going to get a little frost on the equipment probably near the end of the night. I wonder what the first image must have looked like. Yeah, if I could display that on here. Beta Bucks Alpha. Hello, Beta Bucks Alpha Fucks. How are you doing? We are imaging the Andromeda Galaxy right now. Actually, we finished our exposure on the Andromeda Galaxy, and we're just deciding on what we're going to shoot next. This was about 16.5 minutes worth of exposure time, a single exposure on the galaxy, our nearest galactic neighbor. Yeah, I'm still laughing at your name, sorry. Usually there's a bit of a better greeting that comes in there. So yeah, Beta Bucks, welcome to the observatory. Thank you very much for joining our community. Very happy to have you along for the night. And it's been, you know, a good night overall. We've kind of got 2 images so far. We've kind of gone off on some tangents, which is what I'm totally happy to do here. This image is this is coming straight out of the camera. We are using a astronomy dedicated camera to take these images, and that is, I'll pull up a picture of what the there you go. We're using an astronomy dedicated camera, which is going to be able to cool down to sub-zero temperatures, so we're able to get rid of a lot of noise that comes out during long exposure photography, and you're able to get some nice clean noise-free images, and we're just getting that signal from the galaxy there. We have a 8-inch aperture telescope that we're using, and that is this bad boy right here. It is a Richie Chrétien design, has only 2 elements in it till it gets to the camera, so we're not having to lose it as much transmission on the light there. If you think space is fake, that's totally fine. But these images that we are capturing are coming through the camera live, and we're shooting about 10 minutes at a time. Sometimes we do some longer, we do some shorter exposures, and we pick out some other objects in the sky, and you know, it's we get nebulae, we get star clusters, and we'll get some galaxies in here. Let's jump back on the chat a little bit there. How has Lockdown 2.0 been for you? It hasn't been too bad. It's about the same as what things have been basically since April. So, you know, working from home has been just fine, and it has afforded more opportunities to do this, and have a zero commute time has been beneficial for the long nights, and kind of still having to get up at early in the morning to get ready for work there. Do we use Photoshop? Jumping back to some earlier questions there, Beta Bucks. It's not Photoshop. This is the, we use a product from the company ZWO, which is a little Raspberry Pi controlled computer. And let me just adjust the camera there so we can see. This is our tiny little control center. And this is going to control our camera, control our telescope mount, and we're able to, we'll guide as well to make sure that we're not getting the scope moving erroneously. We're going to get sharp stars in the image there. And it controls keeps the mount nice and steady. And yeah, that's our little control center. And I'm controlling it through, usually you can use it through a tablet or a mobile phone, but I do have a emulator on my laptop allowing me to display these images as well. And we're just doing a little jump to Arij. You got to go, but thank you very much for coming in. We'll catch you a little later, but yeah, thanks for the images. Thanks for joining in on things, and yeah, continue to share those images around, and we will see you again. We'll see you again soon, man. Appreciate it. And yeah, it's that's our little control center for the scope. What we can see just over through the trees here is that's Mars, just kind of peeking through the trees every now and then. So it's unfortunately out of view. There have been some previous live streams that we've done where we have had Mars available earlier in the evening, so totally free to kind of check those out. And yeah, Mars has been one of the planets that's been available from my view at the moment. There's like I said, the trees and the houses behind me in the back garden are blocking my view to some of to Jupiter and Saturn at the moment. If I had your telescope, I would point it horizontally and take some long distance photographs. You could technically use it as a telephoto lens. The thing is, with telescopes, they are designed to be focused at infinity, whereas your telephoto lens for your DSLR cameras, they are designed to be more adjustable in the focus there. So with a telescope, you do have to have certain amount of distance from the camera behind the focal plane there. So while it can be used totally for terrestrial photography, there can be there's not as many elements to kind of correct the light coming through, so it can be mildly difficult to shoot with a telescope for terrestrial photos. But that's the whole point of that is to be picking out these images of the night sky. And what I will do is we're going to save this image, make sure that we keep a record of that there. And we'll save those for later on there. Yeah, it's you can still totally use your camera lens for astrophotography. The only thing is that there's so many more elements in a camera lens than there are with with the telescope. Whereas your 70 to 300 millimeter lens is going to have probably about maybe 15 different elements of glass. You're going to have many more elements there for any transmission loss to happen. Whereas with this scope, we have our large primary mirror, which has the collection of the light, our smaller secondary mirror, and then it goes into the camera. So there's as few elements as that you can have between you and the night sky is going to improve your overall transmission of the light, and you're going to not lose as much overall. It's more impacted if you're doing scientific measurements, because you do want to have the largest aperture as possible and the smoothest mirrors and as few elements on there. Whereas when we're doing this, at I guess usually like 98% transmission, is totally acceptable, you know. So I heard people claim they can take picture over water further than 100 miles. I have not heard that claim. Apparently with a powerful lens you can see the island of Elba from Genoa in Italy. Totally possible. You know, we're shooting, we've you know, we've shot the Andromeda galaxy, which is 2.5 million light years away. I think at that point, when you're shooting farther away on, you know, for terrestrial photographs, you are dealing with yeah, at that point, if you're seeing like the island, then you're probably dealing with the refraction of the light kind of coming over the horizon there. And even then, yeah, if you're only seeing, I guess also it's going to depend on your elevation too a little bit there, but for those distances, unfortunately, that is not my, for terrestrial photography, it's a little bit out of my realm of expertise. So whether or not that is possible, also because you are shooting horizontally, essentially you are going to be trying to go through a lot more of the atmosphere, whereas when we're shooting images of space, when you're shooting straight up, you got a better chance of getting a clearer picture because you have less atmosphere to shoot through. When we were imaging the moon a couple weeks ago, you could really see the like the atmosphere kind of roiling through the image coming through on the telescope. And you can just kind of see a little distortion on the moon there. So that's why when you're shooting low on the horizon, you're dealing with any of that excess heat that's kind of coming off the roof, off the roofs, and you know, just distorting your image. And that's the same reason why stars twinkle at night, is because they're refracting within the atmosphere a little bit there. So yeah, shooting straight up towards the zenith is going to be your best option for astrophotography. And also, if you have you know, say like a high pressure system coming through, you know, which is giving you your clear skies, but it's also going to stabilize the sky. And coming to the winter months, we got that better chance of having clearer skies available to us because it's there's not as much heat, there's not as much that that infrared radiation kind of coming off the roof. And sorry, I'm just also picking up my other target there, and kind of ruining your images overall. But when we're shooting, we're doing long exposure photography for galaxies and I'm not clicking on the right window there, for galaxies and nebulae, we generally don't kind of catch those issues with the sky. But when you're shooting planetary images, because they're brighter, but they're also closer to us than the stars, that there's a little more impact of the atmosphere coming through on the images there. So you're also going to shoot shorter images in the for planetary and kind of stack those together. Do you think NASA photoshops their photos? Entirely, to a degree that you are getting rid of a lot of the cosmic noise. Well, we have to deal with atmosphere. When the Hubble telescope is taking images, it's more susceptible to the radiation that's out. You know, it's not being protected by you know, by our magnetosphere. It's there's a lot more interference from cosmic rays that are causing little streaks across the image there, so they do have to work those out. Same as if we have it's the same way. We have our images that come through that are hang on, just get our target lined up here. So while we do have this, it's not a bad image that's come through, but there are times when a satellite can go through. And yeah, there is processing that goes on with astrophotos, because when you get a single image that comes through, there is noise in the camera that you still want to get rid of. So you're having your signal come through, and that's why with this camera, which can be cooled to sub-zero temperatures, we're able to get rid of that noise that happens when you leave the camera exposed for a long time. It's just going to naturally heat up. Whereas if you're using a DSLR, it's going to heat up the whole time. There's no way of cooling it down. So you're going to have less signal and more noise. And when you stack these images on top of each other, there may be some artifacts, like say you have some bits of dust on your lens. You do have to process them out. So the same idea. I'll pull up I'll start the image, start our next image, and then I'll show you some of our previous shots here that aren't as smooth looking, that aren't as nice, because they are shorter exposures. And let's 2 seconds. We're going to swing the camera. We're coming back around to the other side of the meridian. I just want to make sure the scope is going to so a raw photo is going to have a lot more noise. There's a good chance if you're you're shooting images of the night sky, if you have a satellite running through there, you're going to have this nice straight streak of light going through your photograph, which is what you don't want to have, because it's just going to interfere with any of the data that's behind there. So something like that, you're either going to basically kind of get rid of that frame altogether if there's many satellites. There's these are satellites that someone has left purposely in their image. Usually you'll kind of pick the frames where they're in and not use that, or there's other ways to process those out. But you have the chance of satellites running through your image, or an airplane even. To a lesser degree, if you get a meteorite streaking through it, then that's a bit of it's a bit of a lucky image, because capturing a meteorite flying through is a little more difficult, because you're not planning for those. Whereas you can track where satellites are going to be, and if you are doing a little more detail with your images, you can try to work around when satellites are going to be overhead. But with Elon and his Starlink, there's a little more chances that we're going to have to do a lot more work on the astrophotography images, unfortunately. All right, we are right where we want the camera to be. We're back in the we're still in Cassiopeia. We're back in Cassiopeia. We're at the at Malot 15. This is the heart of the Heart Nebula. And so here's this is just a 5-second image that's come through the camera there. So there's not a lot of detail. We're only seeing like the brightest stars within this nebula, and as we'll have a 10-minute exposure rolling, and once that's done, you can see there's a lot of this red, blue, and green. We're getting a lot more noise in the camera. It's not as smooth, so only the stars are going to be visible. So once this whole exposure is finished there, then we're going to see a lot more detail coming through. We're going to see the reds from the hydrogen alpha gas in the area, and Yeah, so yeah, if they didn't process the images that are shot with, for Hubble and a lot of astronomical science, they are shot in black and white because those cameras are much more efficient than what I'm using right now. I'm using a color CMOS camera, and it has a Bayer matrix on there, and you have a red, a green, and a blue, and that pattern is going to repeat throughout the whole face of the sensor there, and it's only going to pick out the red light coming through that section, and the green light from those 2 pixels, and the blue from that section. And it's not as efficient as a monochrome camera, which is basically going to capture all the light coming through on that sensor. So if you put a blue filter in front of there, any kind of light in the blue end of the visible spectrum is going to be captured and nothing else, and you're going to have a much smoother, more detailed image. And that's what they want for science. They want as much detail as possible, and they're going to also generally use they're not going to use a CMOS sensor, they're going to use a CCD sensor, which is a charged complementary, the acronym. is a charge coupled device. And so that's an integrated circuit containing an array of linked or coupled capacitors under control of an external circuit. But what happens is, with the images coming through a charge coupled device, those can be assigned a proper value. So when you are doing like scientific data on there, you're going to get the right amount of data. Whereas if you're using a CMOS sensor, it is the way how it reads out the data is going to be a little different there. And the CMOS stands for complementary metal oxide semiconductor, which is a bit of a mouthful. And that is the type of camera that is basically in your mobile phone, in your DSLR, and in these astronomy dedicated cameras. However, the technology has improved over the years so much that we're able to get much more detailed images coming through. Now, while we're waiting for this one to come through, thank you, Phil's Big. I do it, like I say, I do what I can. I try to. There are times I just I got to refer back to where I've caught the acronyms for things on that, because it's not always information I know cold. In most of the time, Google is your friend. However, I do like to try to retain as much of that information as possible, and also just kind of repeating it back to you guys is just my way of kind of solidifying that knowledge base, so I don't always have to go to Google for the answer. It's a process, and really just through repetition is going to kind of keep it fresh in my mind and be able to kind of call back to it at whenever I really need to. And that's also why we'll see when we do these sessions. I mean, there are new people who come in, and there are people who've been here for a while, and a lot of there's some targets, because I still have a limited area of the sky, and depending on the filter that I'm using, there are going to be targets that are better suited for for a broadband filter or a narrowband filter. And I do try to get some new targets in once in a while, because there's a lot in the sky that we don't really glaze over, but it's also sections that are better suited for longer integration times. So doing like a 4-hour exposure to really bring out those details, because some of the objects are really dim and they don't start to come into view until you have multiple hours of exposures on these targets there. So I do try to pick out some of the brighter areas, and we will, we'll pick some of the same targets. Sometimes they're going to appear multiple times in the night, but that is also because we have some new people coming in, and also they're really cool looking targets. Some of these are so large that we're actually just kind of picking out little tiny bits, and just like how it is with the Heart Nebula, which has been imaged many times, and there's so much to see in that area of the night sky. And this is where we're at here. So this is it's a very large nebulous area of the night sky, and with the wide field telescope that I have, we have shot the entire structure itself, whereas with the scope that we're using tonight, and this little red box, that is that's our focal length. That's about 980 millimeters. Sorry. That one that we're looking at right now is 250 millimeters with our smaller refractor telescope, which is going to get more of the night sky. And if we're shooting the night sky with if we were using the Canon camera, we're going to have a much wider view. We're going to have a massive section of the night sky, but at the cost of details. So we're going to get some context of what we're looking at. However, in a wide field view like this, the Heart Nebula is going to be a little pink smudge on the sensor there, so we're not going to get a lot of those details. So the scopes that we do have available is the Skywatcher 72 ED, which is a 72 millimeter refractor. It's about a 3-inch diameter, and it's great for picking out the wider field, the larger nebulae. Whereas the scope that we use tonight, we're much more zoomed in on the target there at almost 1,000 millimeters in focal length, using the same reducer as well. So we're also kind of still at a bit of a wide-ish view, compared to what would be really a real deep sky telescope. And so we're able to get those images, get better resolution, and pick out those finer details and see those those little intricate wisps of the molecular dust, or the details in the hydrogen clouds. So there isn't going to be a one scope that fits all kind of solution there. And I think there's I think having at least two scopes is like the kind of the minimum that you might want to have, if possible. Another option is, if you don't have a telescope, is if you have a lens that might go from like 70 millimeters to 300 millimeters in focal length. That way you can get your wide field shots. You can kind of you get a little up close and personal with the Andromeda galaxy. And when you're shooting at these kind of lengths, you definitely do need to have a smaller guide scope to make sure that you are on track and capturing those images there. And actually, I didn't even check what kind of guide star we were on with this image there, which is just about done. So here's our more digitized view of the nebula. It's a very a quick representation of that area in the night sky. But we've just finished the exposure. That's just going to come through right now. And it looks like there's been a little bit of movement, but overall we're getting that detail coming through there. So that is the there has been a process of this central region and I do want to process that again because there's so much detail in here that there's, you know, it's, this whole nebulous complex is incredibly interesting to look at. And that is what's known as Melotte 15. The kind of the central area of the Heart Nebula. So this whole section is about 7,500 light years away in the Perseus arm of the galaxy. The loose open cluster that we're looking at here in the middle is Melotte 15, and that lies at the center of the Heart Nebula. The nebula's gorgeous red color is driven by the radiation emitting from Melotte 15, only 1.5 million years old. This cluster contains a few bright stars, nearly 50 times the sun's mass, and many more containing only a fraction of the solar mass. So these stars within this nebula are incredibly massive, and they are throwing off radiation. It is a star forming region, and it's this, you know, this section, this middle area that is shaping that whole nebula, and kind of, you know, blowing out the stellar winds and forming that that heart shape. So where we have the you know, this is the overall shape. That's the Heart Nebula, and there's our little cropped area that we're looking at right now is that central region. So it is blowing out all the matter in that area. So, which also, you know, the way how it's shaped, it does form a heart. And we have shot the Fishhead Nebula as well in the past. So there's tons of targets in this whole complex, and, you know, it's one of those areas of the night sky where you can really build a big mosaic and get an incredibly high resolution image, and really get those details coming through. And this is my first process of that section that we're looking at right now. This does contain broadband and narrowband imaging, so the you know, the star colors are a little. I like the way how the star colors have kind of turned out overall, and I do want to go back and process this a second time, because I think we can really pull out more of the nebulous details that are kind of surrounding it. It really probably shouldn't be as dark, but I tried a few different processes on here, and while it did bring out the details within that central region, I think the outer edges did kind of suffer, unfortunately. So it will need a revisit, more than what we've done kind of in our rainy day astronomy sessions. So it was a little rushed, kind of, when I do the rainy day astronomy sessions, because I can take many hours processing the image and kind of going back and forth and trying to decide what's going to look the best for the image there. So you can even see, like, in this section, I mean, that was also a bit of a cropped image as well that I did. So I did lose out on some of this area because it was shot over multiple different nights with different filters. So the alignment it didn't end up being the same. I moved it one night, which was a little silly because everything is actually nicely framed up overall. So I do kind of lose out on some of the corners because of just the way how it's framed. And yeah, it's one of those targets that definitely needs more time. It was overall a 15-hour image that I have available. So there's tons more information that I can pull out. Just have to you know, you get a little bit of finesse to gently pull out those details so you don't quickly amplify any of the problems that might be within your image, be it maybe satellite trails that may have been missed, or just the general noise that's still going to kind of come out in your image there. But we've take a screenshot of that, and we get that saved, and we will have our fits image saved. I always want to save these images down. Not that I'm expecting to find anything significant in these areas. It's more almost if you're shooting galaxies. There have been a lot more people who have discovered and recorded supernovae exploding in these in certain galaxies, and it would be more someone with a bit more of a keen eye who's familiar with the overall structure of a galaxy and recognizing that that star wasn't there last week or last session, you know. So recognizing what's a new star, where is this, what galaxy is having a star explode within it. You know, we're shooting star forming regions, so generally, like, these, you're not going to have a supernova in this area. Like, these are all younger stars, and they're going to go off and have their own lives to live out. Whether some of them are going to be much shorter. You know, the younger, hotter stars are going to burn through their fuel much quicker than something like our sun, which is a nice, calm and chilled out star. It's a main sequence star, so it's evenly burning through its hydrogen. And yeah, these other stars, they came from supernova as well. When a star explodes, it does spread its chemically enriched innards, its guts, throughout the universe, and as it kind of spreads out, it is going to coalesce and form new stars, more stars that have more of the heavy, that are higher metallosity content. So you're going to have like the golds and the nickel and silver. All those chemicals are going to be spread out throughout the universe. But when stars start forming iron, that's basically the beginning of the end for a star, because iron is going to absorb energy via fusion and fission as well. So it's not going to allow the star to make any more energy. It's just going to absorb all those reactions, and eventually that's when the star is going to start to die out, because it's not going to be able to keep making that energy. It's just going to be absorbed by the iron. And yeah, eventually the star runs out of fuel, collapses, explodes. Depending on its mass, it's either going to be a neutron star, a pulsar, or if its gravity is sufficient enough, it does turn into a black hole. And there's tons of theories and information on black holes, and there's always going to be something new to be discovered about it, because there's only so much that we can learn about black holes right now. And I think it's some of the science that has come from the studies and from the simulations, and just trying to get things about as accurate as possible. It's incredible what could be seen if we could actually get close enough to a black hole. I've read the Science of Interstellar, the book that was written by Kip Thorne, and a lot of detail went into that movie, that they tried to make things as scientifically, theoretically accurate as possible. And for when they do that in movies, it just kind of, it doesn't have to be like an in-your-face kind of science. It's just what is silently kind of in the background and doing its thing, and just kind of making the story a little more believable, a little more plausible to what is going on there. That wormhole was bollocks, but I still enjoyed it. Yeah, there's up until a certain point in Interstellar, I thought it was tremendous, and after that, it kind of it's like, all right, fine, do your thing, Hollywood. Get the emotion in there, but it's the the relativity when they were at the when they were close to the black hole to go to Gargantua, and how time was passing, the difference that the time dilation when they were on the planet, they were only there for a couple hours, and meanwhile on the other ship it was years that had gone by. And even like stuff relative, I still do not grasp that at all. I get the idea of the time dilation. The closer you are to a higher gravity source, the slower time moves for you. I think that's the way it goes. Yeah. I think that part was good. And what I'd also like, I don't know, maybe you've read about this as well, is that when they're on that planet, when they're on that planet that's near Gargantua, and you hear the clock ticking, every time you hear that, it's I think they said it was something like was it like 7 days or something passed for every tick, or a certain amount of hours had gone by, and so they kind of worked that into the whole soundtrack there. And I thought, yeah, just little things like that was kind of indicative of what's supposed to be going on there. Now we got the telescope that's basically, it's pointing at the zenith, right at the meridian right now. And usually if you are kind of shooting an object that is going to pass over the prime meridian, which is that basically that imaginary line that separates, that kind of runs down through Greenwich in London, and basically kind of points what's east, what's west from there. So if you're imaging throughout the night and you are approaching the zenith, and your scope is going to have to do that meridian flip. So if we were to start taking an image of the Heart Nebula now, the scope would, it's oriented in this direction, but it would have to flip over and rotate so it's pointing on this side, so it can continue to track the object going across the night sky towards the west. And that's just one of those things that's it's an automatic process that can be done with the ASI Air. Early on in its version, it was having some issues where some people were having, I'd say the worst issue is where the scope just kept spinning and spinning around, not realizing it was on the other side of the meridian, and eventually cables were snapping and people were having a bad time with their equipment. And I felt bad. I feel bad for that, because the your equipment shouldn't be doing that. And that was a worry for me when I was actually I don't always kind of shoot past the meridian, really, and that's also due to just the trees and the house being on the other side there. And yeah, someone's having a bit of a party. So a lot of people do like to be outside with their scope when it does a meridian flip, and I'm confident with how the cables are right now. I'm able to see everything on the monitor, so I can I can shut it down if need be. And also I'm not a sprinter. However, I'm close enough that I can quickly get out there and shut things off, or I even have my power source just behind the camera here. So if you guys see me all of a sudden dart, there's something wrong. However, I'm probably going to take half the laptop with me as well, so hopefully there isn't any telescope emergency that I really got to dash out to look after there. But let's pick our next target. I'm looking at this one called Hind's Variable Nebula, and that's HINDS, not like the ketchup Heinz. This is a reflection nebula, so I don't know how well that's going to show up actually. It does look fairly small, although it is in it's basically right above the Hyades here, which is the the constellation of Taurus, and that brighter star is Aldebaran. And my kind of closer association with the star was early. It was about maybe the second year when I was doing astrophotography. That's or Aldebaran, depends on your pronunciation of it. Any star that kind of has that's starting with Al for Al is going to be Arabic in its origins. So those are some of the earlier names of the stars that kind of stay within the naming of them. There's other names for stars have different catalog names, and just depending on certain areas they have other names. So there's how do they pronounce it here?
A mighty star looking down from high above Orion. 2 points to regard here. First, the orange color of Aldebaran. Second,
Aldebaran is what this one, but also Perillisium is another name for the star. Alpha Tauri, 87 Tauri, HR 1457, HD 29 139. There's tons of names and classifications for the stars. But yeah, it was the time when it was being occulted by the moon, and it was kind of one of those nights. It was getting cold. It was me controlling my little go-to alt-az scope, so trying to take some pictures and get that, watch the moon kind of cross in front of the star there. I got fairly close, but it ended up being much later in the evening than I thought. Than I was ready to be outside with, and this was early on when I started astrophotography. But there are times when we know when a certain object is going to be occulted by a planet, or there have been asteroids that we know have going to be passing by some stars. So it kind of blinks out for a few seconds as the asteroid goes in front of its light, which I think is really cool. I actually only heard of that happening like in the past year. So I never knew the accuracy that you could kind of track these objects occulting a star. It's one of I think that'd be just visually really cool to see. Now let's see, what have I've shot that planetary nebula. That's really time. Trying to find something that's a little different. UGC 2080. This might not be. No, I think I might try for that. We'll see how that one kind of comes out. Actually, what's in Auriga that we haven't imaged? Open. I think I do need to maybe pick out some broadband targets. Like there's with some star clusters and some other galaxies that might be available, because there are some in here that just aren't going to show up too well with this filter. And not that I want to miss out on certain targets there. Actually, we can go to that one as well. All right, let's give a shot with this little reflection nebula. Maybe it's a little larger than I'm actually seeing in the program here. So this one is Hines Variable Nebula, which is NGC 1555. So we've saved this down. Yes, let's do another screenshot. Got plenty of space right now. We'll save that, and we are going to go over to NGC 1555. let's go to. That's not a big jump there. So we are going to be pointing just up above the Hyades constellation. And we can also just start to see the beginnings of the Orion constellation peeking up there. And that would be most likely be Bellatrix kind of peeking up above the roof line there. Just making sure that we are centered on the target. And let's do a quick exposure. Make sure we're where we want to be. I'm gonna say it looks to be about right. Let's make sure we're, oh boy, that star is way too bright to be guiding on. And that's, how's this one? Too dim. Let's go with that one. A little, the maximum brightness that I want to be guiding with, but let's have a look at no, sorry, this is NGC 1555. Although, where is the Whale Galaxy from my view? Oh, actually, what I was going to do, okay, we'll shoot this one. We're going to have a go at this nebula. It is a reflection nebula, so we'll see how much comes into view, but I'm going to go back up to the northeast, and we'll go after the Owl Nebula and the Surfboard Galaxy. There'll be two separate images. They're very close together in the night sky, and yeah, we'll take a look at that. Because I was going to go to last night. I was going to go to the Owl Nebula. Actually, oh, is it even? It may not be high enough in the sky yet. Yeah, I was going to go to the Owl Nebula, but first we jumped over to the Rosette Nebula last night, and that ended up being a bit of a showstopper. There probably wasn't going to be any other target after that point last night that was going to be of any significance that could look any better there. That does look cool. Let's. Here's what we could possibly be seeing. This is also a much longer exposure, and because it's more of a broadband target, this dust, the molecular dust in the area probably isn't going to be picked up that well by the sensor that I'm using. I think really what we're not going to see we're not going to see it in this kind of great detail. However, I can imagine we see like some wispiness of this reflection area. No, it would be no, not carbon or carbon monoxide or anything like that. It would be it's a mixture of kind of like interstellar debris, molecular dust, and it's just eventually kind of the what's going to coalesce itself into another star. But this is all just being the starlight's being reflected off this area, whereas the emission nebulae that we're capturing is those molecules are being excited by the stellar radiation, and it's the hydrogen gas that we're capturing overall with a lot of these targets, whereas this is more of interstellar debris that the starlight's reflecting off of. And you're going to pick this out using more of a broadband filter. So yeah, it's we'll see how it turns out. I mean, I never shot it before, so it's a little column A, column B. My God, it does look tiny in the. It's all a trick of the camera. I mean, it really is. It still looks tiny. The cup still looks like a little tiny thing. I don't have autofocus, so maybe I am a giant. You don't know. I'm in a really big chair. So this is a much better view of the of our target that we're going to be imaging, but this is a properly processed image. This is also using a telescope that's almost a meter wide as well. So yeah, you're going to get a lot better resolution than our 8-inch telescope. You know, our telescope is 200 millimeters wide, so I could not fit an 800 millimeter scope in my back garden. Sports Direct mug is where it's at. I don't think there is any business that I've worked for that hasn't had at least one Sports Direct mug in the kitchen. Someone always manages to get one. And I'm imagining at one point they just kind of gave those away as you were walking up and down the high street, because I must have missed out on that day. You know, here's a free mug. Here's a free mug, bruv. Put your coffee in it. Still got mine in the cupboard. Well, I need to score myself one then. Free mug, free bath. Ain't gonna lie, I would love to live in an observatory on top of a mountain. Oh, and Filthpig says, ain't gonna lie, I would love to live in an observatory on top of a mountain. There is, yeah, something that can seem really, really cozy about that. You know, you have your dome kind of open, scope's doing its thing. You got a nice hot bowl of chicken soup or something like that, and you're in a big fluffy sweater, you know, and there's a dog barking somewhere off in the distance, and you wonder where the hell that dog came from. Little fire going, smoke being kind of blown away from the scope so it's not interfering with your signal. Right, when do we move? When do we move into this observatory? The other target that we're going to look at is the Owl Nebula. Because I think we're going to jump back over. How high is that in the sky? It might actually not be available. Let's see. Or maybe it is. Where is it? No, that's not going to be... The Owl Nebula probably won't be up until about midnight. And even then, because it is in a little to the northeast. Let's jump over to Stellarium and have a look, because my roof and my neighbor's chimney might be getting in the way of that there. And I think it actually has to be about when I'm shooting to the northeast, I think it has to be about almost 45 or 50 degrees above. I'll double check that. I mean, I'm going to image as long as we can for the night. And for those of you who have just joined in, we're imaging, well, objects in outer space. We are currently looking at a new, to me, target called Hind's Variable Nebula, and it's a reflection nebula, so it's better suited for a broadband image. But we're going to see how it looks with this filter, which is designed to capture more of a narrow band of the visible spectrum. So I am Tom. I am the Astro Canuck, and 99% of the time we are aiming to shoot the stars, shoot the nebulae, shoot galaxies with our telescope. That is this bad boy right here, an 8-inch reflecting telescope with a astronomy dedicated camera attached to the back of it that's pulling out these wonderful images of space for us. All controlled by a little Raspberry Pi computer, which is going to be throwing out an image on this little screen here in about 60 seconds, 55 seconds. The timer goes down. In under a minute, we're going to have an image come through of a target that I haven't shot before, and we are expecting something, actually probably something that's going to look more like this image here. It's probably going to be closer to this rather than this incredibly beautiful image shot with almost a meter wide aperture telescope. So we'll expect maybe something like this. Hopefully a little, not as grainy, maybe a little more detail in there. We will find that out in 15 seconds. So let's jump back over to the ASI Air. And we're going to see this one come through together. Usually I kind of hide the image a little bit, and I have a terrible poker face, so you'll know whether or not the image comes through is any good. Yeah, scheisse. All right. Oh, all right, so there it is. A little error in the guiding. Possibly the star actually that I was on was maybe a little too large, and I wasn't tracking it well enough. So yeah, that is a very tiny nebula. Yeah, unfortunately, not all the time images come through are going to be are going to look as nice as some other ones, unfortunately. But hey, it's these things happen, and you know, we can only hope to see some better images kind of come through there. Where is? I was looking forward to it too. I was hoping that it was going to you know, look maybe closer to that smaller nebulae over there, but it's also not the kind of target that's going to turn out well with this filter. But you know, they can't all be gold, and this is the nature of astrophotography, where this is one of those targets you'd have to definitely put a lot more work into, and even have a longer focal length. You know, I think we were still a little too far out there. Where is it in Stellarium here? You know, it was a bit of a tiny target, and even doesn't even have it doesn't even show like the nebulosity within here. But I was trying to remain a little optimistic on things. So we are going to move over. Like I said, we're waiting for. We're not waiting for. We're just when the Owl Nebula is a little higher in the, pardon me, in the night sky. we'll jump over to that there. But for now, we're going to kind of dip down into Orion, because there are some areas that are kind of coming up. That's yeah, we have some targets that are available to us, and I think I'm going to go over to NGC 2174. Which is also known as the Monkey Head Nebula. And Stellarium does not even display the nebulosity in this section here. So I will also see that maybe I'll kind of center on IC 2159, and we'll see how that's going to turn out there. Thank you, Filth Pig. Let me kind of pick one. Yeah, it's a massive target. It's actually a little bigger than my sensor. However, I'm going to try to pick a get as much of it in there as possible, because this is a this one is shot with the Hubble palette, so you would be using a monochrome camera for this type of image to come through there. But you are basically you're mapping the different colors or the different wavelengths to colors that aren't usually associated with that color. So hydrogen, you're going to map it to the I believe you're mapping it to the blue, and so you're kind of getting these ethereal, rusty kind of colors to your image there. And I mean, you could do Hubble palette with a, you could try it with the color camera using the filters. However, I don't think it's going to turn out as well. I would want to look into it and see just how well it kind of comes out with a color camera, if it's really possible to get something kind of close to that. I know the astrophotographer Sean Nielsen, who does visibledark.ca, he has a process that he's kind of developed within, or he's done a YouTube video on how to kind of bring out the Hubble palette with a one-shot color camera image. And it's I think the whole overall video is about 45 minutes in length, so it's a rather lengthy process. Let's start the movement of assigned color instead of false color for Hubble palette, since it's all color we see, just assign the channels. Assigned color, I'm happy with that. I'm happy to get rid of that that false color moniker to these things. Yeah, I'll join in. So, you know, yes, it is color. However, they're just assigning it to the just to better bring out the details there. And you know, these were the kind of images that Professor Melko, holy potatoes, with a raid of 50 viewers. Thank you very much. Welcome in, guys. Welcome in. Holy potatoes. Thank you so much. Professor Melko, how are you? How are you doing tonight? How was your stream? How are you guys doing? Thank you, guys. Thank you for coming in there. We are shooting live images of outer space, and yeah, we are boring math professor. Thank you for joining the observatory. I appreciate that very much. we're shooting outer space with a 8-inch telescope. It is this bad boy right here. It is a 8-inch Ritchie-Chrétien telescope, or a 8-inch TPO, depending on the brand that you're more familiar with there. And we are shooting with the camera we're using is an ASI 533 MC Pro, and we're on a Skywatcher EQ6R Pro mount. Thank you very much for the follows there. Gomstar, Professor Melko, thank you very much for joining the observatory. I appreciate that very much. I tried to shoot space with a megawatt laser, but my grant got denied. That's unfortunate. I'm very sorry. Maybe we can do a Kickstarter and get you that laser you need. Problems with light pollution? Not really. I'm in a Bortle 5 area. I'm in the east of England, and generally when we have clear skies, they are clear skies. Crispy343, thank you very much for joining the observatory. Yes, that tree is in my way. This tree blocks my view to the south and a little bit of the southeast. So I largely have the eastern skies, the northern area, and straight up towards the zenith available for me. And after that, it's all blocked by trees and houses, which Mrs. Canuck won't let me cut down the trees, and the neighbors have a big problem with me asking to knock their house down week in and week out. So I deal with what we got, and you know, we shoot the areas that we have available right now. So we have Orion just starting to peek up above the roofline. We have Taurus. We got the Hyades visible. I was just trying to image Hind's Variable Nebula. However, it turned out to be a giant bust. So we are going to move over to the Monkey Head Nebula right now. Wait, you're not in Canada? No, I'm not in Canada. I used to be in Canada. I am a Canadian. I've been living in the UK for the past 10 years now, and I've been doing astrophotography for the last 4.5 years, and we've been running this channel for the last month and a half. So I'm very happy to see a lot of new faces. Uncle Elias, I can be very bad with pronouncing some of the names here. Thank you very much for joining the observatory. I appreciate that so much. Welcome to our community. We are happy to see so many new faces in here, and you know, we've had some interesting images come through tonight. But let's see, what have we shot? This was one of our images from earlier tonight. Architufus, no problem. Thank you. I mean, your images that we saw earlier on Instagram look absolutely incredible. That's some amazing processing that you're doing on these. So this was one of our images from earlier in the night. This was a 16.5-minute exposure of the Andromeda Galaxy, and there's it's just, these are single images that we're shooting here, just to try to get as much detail as possible. I have the original ASI Air, so I don't have the stacking capabilities, and yeah, so what I want to do is just take like a 10-minute exposure. Kind of early on, we started off in the evening doing 16-minute exposures, just because I tend to ramble on a lot while we're taking the images. So rather than having the images kind of build up one by one, I'll start an exposure, and then I'll babble on for about 15-20 minutes and forget about the exposure, and we'll come back to it and we'll see what's kind of come out the other end of the camera there. That was our kind of our second image of the night, and it's just a stretch with the histogram there, and we're not there's no post-processing that goes on these nights. We we've kind of saved that for other nights there. It's a really nice window capture of a Google image search. This is our first image of the night. That was the Bubble Nebula that we started off on there. Usually I don't do 60-minute exposures because it's oh, there we go, and we're back. Sorry about that. Sometimes the internet does cut out. That was actually the first time it's cut out there. So, but we're back. Yeah, I won't do the 16-minute exposure often because the tracking, the guiding doesn't always work out that well, especially because I'm not using off-axis guiding with the with a scope yet. I'm still haven't got into that portion of it, but I'm very happy with how this one turns out. It's one of those targets I've always wanted to shoot, and overall with the just a little bit of movement there. Just very happy with this target there. And other than that one, I think that was what else did we get to tonight? Maybe we went to we did the Heart Nebula. We did Malot 15. So that bubble, it's a planetary nebula. So from that's the stellar winds kind of interacting with the molecular cloud in that section of the night sky. That's kind of the star shedding its outer layers, and just that it's almost like a bit of a pressure wave that's kind of expanding outwards from the star. So while we're doing this, I'm going to jump back over to the ASIR. This was our failed attempt at Heinz Variable Nebula. That was a small reflection nebula that wasn't well suited for this setup. So I'm going to move over to NGC 2174, the Monkey Head Nebula, before I was so wonderfully interrupted with Professor Melko's raid. So I am using the ASIR on my laptop. I'm using the program BlueStacks to control the ASIR, and that's it was kind of my last ditch effort. When I originally started doing this, I was using TeamViewer to mirror my screen off the tablet, and that was failing spectacularly. Right, I was going to actually pick a different, it was IC2159, try to reframe this up there. There we go. Good education. Guys, this was once again an awesome science evening. Midnight in Berlin, guide out. All right, thank you very much for joining in on the raid there. Thank you very much for sticking around for a bit on our channel. Yeah, hopefully look forward to seeing more of you in the future. So we'll move over to the Monkey Head Nebula. Not a huge jump. It doesn't look like there was possibility that some clouds are going to be rolling in around this time, but also largely, thankfully, the forecast was a lie for me. And what I thought was going to be a washed out night of clouds turned out to be nice and clear. And I'm happy I was able to get everything set up. It doesn't take too long. I do leave the scope covered outside, and it's largely protected by a Telegizmos 365 cover. And I'm going to do a quick exposure on that there. Third Rock, we'll be back in a while. If you're still alive, got to go pick up Mrs. Third Rock Astronomy from work. No worries. We'll see you soon. I am planning, what time is it right now? We are at, up in the corner, upper right corner, that is 11:07. I'll probably go until about 1-ish, 1:30 my time. So we'll see how that goes there. What does that red light do? It lets me know that the power is still running to the mount there. It hasn't interfered with anything, and it just it looks nice. Guide star is lost. What happened? What are you doing? Let's have we got some wispy clouds running through there? Let's Let's go with 3 seconds on guiding there. Maybe get a little more brightness out of these stars. Now there's a possibility that we might be getting a little Narco Garola, thank you very much for joining the observatory. Fellow Essex lad, how you doing? How are you? Ooh, actually that's a little too bright on the star now. Stop that guiding. We're just going to start a new exposure in a moment here. Just want to, sometimes when I pick a new target, it's going to auto select a star for guiding, and sometimes that star ends up being kind of rubbish. So I do want to be on a star that if it does get a little, now, you know, I'm going to go back to that one because that there seems to be a bit of cloud rolling through. So while it might be a little too bright, we're gonna take a chance on that there. All right, Paul Rowe, thank you very much for the lurk. Appreciate you stopping by, and we'll catch you in a bit there. And also, if any of you guys are streamers yourselves, if you do any other cool stuff on Instagram, drop your links in the chat there. I'm happy to meet new people. If you're hot shit, let me know. If you're kind of a big deal, let me know. I'm happy to learn, because the more people we can kind of join together who can maybe discover someone who's doing something else that's a little more interesting, you know, who has some other interests, you know, we're happy to try and grow the community in that way. Because you know, I've had a lot of help from other communities, and you know, it's just the streamers who are happy to kind of give a little shout out to people and just kind of drive a little more traffic and just discover someone new, because you're going to make some new friends along the way, become a part of a larger community, and that's what I want to try and you know, push forward on this channel as well. I mean, like I said, we're still starting out. We're really young, and there's a lot of good ideas that I want to be developing on this channel. I am a graphic designer of about 20 years, so I am really working on developing more with this channel and making it more of my own, rather than using some you know, some stock alerts, some you know, some icons, things like that. You know, the emotes that I have available through tier 1, 2, and 3. You know, stuff like this. This is all designed that I have put together there, and it's going to start to reflect overall with the whole channel there. So, you know, we have our channel points, our photons that you can collect as you watch the stream there. So you can unlock an emote if need be. If you're not the subscribing type, that's totally fine. You have our photon points that you can redeem to use some emotes of your own there. Jazzwiz, how you doing, sir? Good to see you back. Let's see. I think Half Dragon Man. Sorry, I missed the alerts that were coming through there. Welcome to the observatory. Very happy to have you in here. As you guys can see in the chat, we do have some of the social media links, the other areas that I'm active in. When I am kind of going live, I'll throw up an alert on Twitter. That's kind of like you know, more of my go live section there. I'm going to be putting together a Discord server this weekend so that we can start to build up the community a little more. And I'll be putting some of the FITS images that we've shot. So, you know, you guys can, you know, if you're doing image processing, you can try to work your magic on a 10-minute exposure, and just see what kind of details we can pull out of there and how much noise we can kind of get rid of on an image. And you know, just any other processing ideas that kind of come into your head, or just other cool things, cool resources that you may have found. We're just gonna, I know everybody has a Discord, and it's, you know, I'm trying to be active on other ones as well, because you're just gonna have a different community that kind of comes together. And you know, I'm very happy that there have been some shout outs to me on some other communities, and who have kind of driven you guys here, and I appreciate that so much. You know, I appreciate the raids, those of you who are bringing some new people into the audience, and you know, hopefully a few of you will stick around for the journey and see where we go from here. And you know, we reached the level of affiliate in 30 days from when we started, and again, that's the help of other communities who have kind of banded together and you know, shown the love around, for those of you who are interested in astronomy, who are the fringe fans, you know, who aren't may not quite be sure of how things work in outer space. You know, I'm not a degree holding astronomer. I'm independently studying astronomy. Like I said, I'm a graphic designer with a bachelor's degree. Over 20 years, I've been doing graphic design for different companies, different mediums. So it's just my way of, this is my passion of astrophotography. Dane is my name. How you doing? Welcome to the observatory. Thank you very much for the follow. Thanks for joining our community. We're very happy to have you in here. We are easygoing. We're extremely chilled. You know, there's not a wild kind of stream that goes on here. However, I'm trying to start adding some different elements within the channel. Architufus, thank you very much for joining the observatory. Appreciate that very much, man. Thank you. Welcome to our community. We, yeah, it's just trying to create more things that are more astronomy centric. Like for those who follow, I'm using, at least that sound is from NASA's SoundCloud, is the hello or the hi that came back from the Juno spacecraft that was sent back to Earth. So, you know, as you pop in, you join the observatory. That's you know, you're saying hi, I'm saying hello back, and just those tiny little nerdy elements. You know, our channel points icon was is the holographic image of a photon that was captured and developed by the University of Warsaw in Poland. So, you know, just the little things I try to add and just make it a little more astrocentric, you know, and hopefully we can start adding a few more little Easter eggs to the channel, and just having a good time. Sometimes video games are on tap. You know, Halloween was Phasmophobia, and that was just to kind of break things up. There are some nights when it's cloudy, and I may not have a data set to process. So I am looking back kind of through the archives of images that were shot with my DSLR, which was a Canon Rebel T5i. Target we're on right now, yes, the Monkey Head Nebula, NGC 2174. Thank you, Phil's Pig. Thanks for tossing the link in there. So that's yeah, that's our target. There's the modified color image of the Monkey Head Nebula. I believe we're probably, what section do we kind of have? I think we have this. I think we're kind of capturing this area right now. So we'll see that coming through in about just under 4 minutes there. That one's going to be done. Guiding isn't going too bad. There seems to be maybe some clouds rolling through. So we got, you know, we're a little bit of movement going on there. So we can start. This is just our 30-second exposure, just to make sure I was on a decent area. We'll see how that. All right, a little off center, because I did pick a little different area of that there to center on. But yeah, when that comes through for 10 minutes, that'll be much less grainy, much more easier to see there. It's one of those targets. When I first imaged it, I was really happy with how it turned out, because I hadn't imaged a lot of these targets. Either haven't been available to me, or I just haven't had the gear to image this. I started off with a Celestron 127 SLT go-to mount, and it was just alt-as, and I had no idea exactly what I was doing. I started off just kind of looking at the stars through the scope, but I really quickly wanted to be able to get images. And I realized on basically the same night that you're not going to get, long exposures out of an alt-as mount. So, and at 1500 millimeters, I was getting, some very streaky images. So I was kind of, down to like 10-second exposures and trying to maybe pick out the brightest areas. You're not joining the Orion season crowd? Well, for me, Orion doesn't get up above the roof line visibly until about midnight. Actually, it's probably not going to be until another month when the Orion Nebula is going to be readily available for me. We shot the Rosette Nebula last night, which ended up being a bit of a showstopper. I had a couple other targets planned, but I thought that was it. That night was over for that. I couldn't get any better shots than the Rosette last night. So it was that's about all we can get right now, because once Orion gets high enough, it starts to move behind the tree. So I am really seriously considering at least chopping off that half to be able to see a little more. That was fun last night. Yeah, I had a blast last night. Usually there's some night there are highs and lows with doing live streaming on Twitch. It's you never know what's kind of gonna happen there, and and I'm very happy with so there's more of you dropping in tonight. It's quite a few of you in right now, which is really good that you're sticking around and being at least intriguing enough that you want to see a little more there. Now, we did lose the star, so maybe there is some haze, or it could even be the neighbors. I might even have to go after this exposure is finished, just check on the scope there, because we shouldn't be really having much problems with dew. Let me see what our sky conditions are at the moment. Yeah, because we are losing that. Hey, the weather might be turning. The skies might be turning on us. We may have some high clouds rolling through at the moment there. But that's all right. The exposure finished just in time. Right. So yeah, the weather has been, for tonight. The weather has been really, really sketchy. So this might be that period when we have a little bit of clouds rolling through, and it may not be clearing up until about a little after midnight right now. So we'll see how this one looks. But hey, the Monkey Head Nebula is finished. I say overall that one's not too bad. That is not too bad at all. I mean, there's a little bit of, we have some gradients. The Musfie. Let me really butcher your name. Musfi. Phonetics might help. Thank you very much for joining the observatory. Very happy to have you in our community here. We just finished 10-minute exposure of the Monkey Head Nebula, and it's a little, I think the clouds kind of started rolling at the last second there, so it's a short form of, okay. Do you want Cephi? You're fine if I go with that? Cephii? So this is one of those targets where I haven't imaged it before, and being able to see it there with this gear has been absolutely amazing to capture these targets. Like, I've only recently kind of gotten into the realm of using an equatorial mount. So it's been about, I guess, close to a year that I've had this mount now, and I've been able to, with the skies we have available, I've been able to use it twice. So I'm really happy to be out shooting. Am I imaging from Canada? No, I am in the UK. I'm in the east of England. I'm in the county Essex, and I've been living in the UK for the past 10 years now. And I am a dual citizen, British and Canadian, and I am using my dark skies available to shoot the night sky as often as possible. Whenever it's clear out, I'm going to be doing some of these live sessions. And sometimes it might start off, the half of the night will be, depending on what the skies are going to be for us, the half of the night will be a live stream, and the second half of the night we'll kind of pick a target to image, so that we have a few hours of integration on one target that we can process during our rainy day astronomy sessions, which has almost regularly been on a Saturday night, starting at about 8 o'clock Greenwich Mean Time. And we pick some data, whether it's recent or old stuff, and I'll kind of go through my processing workflow, and I'll kind of run through how I go through, put an image together. And it's a bit of an abbreviated version, because sometimes I'll start processing and a conversation will break out, and we're 45, half an hour and a half into things, and I've only just kind of adjusted the first curves level, and we have a very dim image that we're looking at there. So yeah, I'll share kind of the little tidbits that I've kind of picked up along the way, and just how I've kind of approached editing certain images. And we may not end up with, like, some of the better images that I've processed before, but it's one of those things that it's just it can be, it's like I said, it's abbreviated, because sometimes I'm going to go back, I'll throw the whole thing out and start all over again, because some of these things just require that little bit of finesse and just the time that kind of comes into things there. My main used to be a 60 centimeter equatorial, but now my main's a 1 meter Altaz, other than some field derotation issues. I'm an Altaz convert. Fair enough. Yeah, like, I started off with an Altaz mount, and it was basically only the Orion Nebula was kind of the target that worked out for me, because that one is so bright, and I love that target for so many reasons, that you're just able to, you can start out with that and get some decent images coming through, or if you've been shooting the night sky a long time, you're able to get so much more out of that. So with my Altaz mount, I had stuff like this. This was when I first kind of started out. Black Eye Galaxy, loved it. Thought it was it was amazing. It was, to me, it's not amazing. Well, the processed image um, isn't there's much more detail that can be picked out now. And my very first image of Orion was using a moon filter, because it was one of those. It was at the end of the night. The moon had kind of gone behind the trees, and I didn't swap out the filter at all because I had a hard enough time getting focus. So that was my that first image of the Orion Nebula with a cheap little lunar contrast filter. And then so that was the moon picture from that night, which turned out a lot better than the Orion Nebula. But that was after getting some updated workflow after following Astro Backyard's processing. That was my next attempt at the Orion Nebula. So it was kind of using the knowledge I had from photography processing and graphic design work. I kind of stumbled around trying to figure out some things with a few tutorials that I was able to come up with an image that worked out pretty well, and actually ended up in the BBC Sky at Night magazine, in one of their their reader gallery section there. So I was happy with that. The Needle Galaxy. It's the way how also where I had my scope set up, because it was the alt-az mount. You can kind of put it anywhere in the back garden. I didn't have to worry about polar aligning the thing. So there are some targets that I've got with this scope that I haven't been able to get with this setup now. So I'll have to take a look at where these targets are, and chances are it's the trees that are going to be blocking my view. So revisiting some of these targets aren't going to be possible until I am able to kind of move the scope into a much larger area or knock my neighbor's house down. But yeah, that's just some of the things that came out of the alt-az mount. Arctufus, I tried doing a processing stream. Turns out I didn't like streaming. Fair enough. I mean, when I started out doing this, I was very uncomfortable just kind of talking, and I'm all right doing public speaking and things like that, but it was just that little difference of looking at the camera and having very few people in the chat to kind of react off of, and I'm more of a reactionary conversationalist. I can only laugh at my own jokes for so long. That it just eventually gets uncomfortable for people. But I do appreciate those who are jumping in on the chat. I mean, it's if you're just a lurker, that's totally fine. If you're happy to listen to my voice, and maybe you're kind of drifting off to sleep into dreamland, and eventually you're gonna fall asleep, and I'm gonna start talking about toadstools covered in ice cream, and you're gonna wonder why I have those weird dreams. But I do thank you guys for joining in on here. And, like I said before, anytime we got clear skies, I do want to be shooting the night sky. And it looks like that we have a little bit of cloud coverage kind of rolling through there. Let me switch over to, sometimes with the night vision, we can see what's buggering up our skies. And sometimes we can't. I mean, we're still seeing some of the brighter stars punching through there. Now the tree also does look like it's a little, it's encroaching a little more than it actually is, but it's not too bad. So while we actually have this this view here, Astro SMR. That's it. That's what the A stands for now. Yeah. So let me see if I can throw a little profile view on here. Oop, wrong way. Hello, Bill Nash. How you doing? It is a fairly clear night that we got going on right now. We have a little bit of cloud rolling through, so it's you know, we're just kind of making the most of what we have available at the moment. I may have to see what's available kind of straight up, because maybe we got some less clouds up in that section of the sky. But yeah, well, we have some cloud cover, just kind of profiling the scope. An 8-inch Ritchie Chrétien design. It's the carbon fiber model, which I got it the price for a steal. It was a used scope, so it was in fantastic condition. It still is. I try to take care of my stuff as much as possible. Little Skywatcher Evo guide, 50mm with a ASI 120mm mini. The ZWO ASI 533 MC Pro. I got a little filter drawer on there to swap out the filters if need be. Realtor just sent me a 360 video of what will hopefully be my new backyard soon. Looking forward to nights like this. Excellent. Hopefully, yeah, you got some. You'll have some great views as well, and you know that you won't have any trees or neighbors' houses in your way. You know, like my ideal situation would be a fairly clear view to the north, and then the east, south, and west is open right up and available at all times. Because there's tons of targets in the south that I haven't been able to capture. So jelly of you guys with big enough backyards to do astrophotography. Mine is only 2 meters wide. My is probably maybe 4 meters wide. It's a very thin, typical British back garden. There are some areas along in my neighborhood that have some better views. They may have even thinner back gardens. However, they go much farther back, so you can get some access to more of a open sky. All right, we got a 5-story tall observatory with 2 large domes. Looks super funny. Apsu. How are you doing? Thank you very much for joining the observatory. Welcome to our community. We are just kind of oogling the scope that we're using tonight while we're waiting for some clouds to get the hell out of our way. Now well, I can still see, Aldebaran up there, so you know, maybe the clouds have dissipated a little bit. We'll see. Usually if we have high clouds, they're easy to see with the night vision. Some of the wispier clouds will show up sometimes there. Let's see. We're going to go back to the ASI air. All right, it looks like it's kind of clear up to the up top there. Up towards the zenith. Let's see what's available in that area, so we're not trying to shoot through any of the clouds. Maybe we got some better views straight up. I was hoping there would be what time? We're at 11:30. Not too bad. It was maybe get the Owl Nebula, or the Surfboard Galaxy. but those probably aren't going to come up until a little after, probably about an hour from now, that they'll be available above the roof. How many subframes do you usually take per target? When I'm shooting, when I'm like purposely taking images for processing an astrophotography image, I want to get at least 4 hours on an image, and usually doing 5 minutes or 4 minutes depending on kind of how the weather's going. When we're doing these sessions, these are about 10 minutes that we're taking on there. I do have the original ASI Air, so I'm not able to do the do live stacking on this one there. Let's see, let's have a look there for the Triangulum Galaxy. I think that's on the, that might, let's see where that is, because that might actually be, the trees might be blocking it at this point. Yeah, that's going to be the Pinwheel Galaxy. Unfortunately, that's going to be blocked by the trees, which are coming to daylight here. Come with me into my back garden. Let's have a look. This is where the scope is primarily parked. That is basically the only shot I have available from my back garden to get Polaris and any area of the night sky. But there's my neighbor's house to the south, that large tree that we're seeing, and there's also another tree that's immediately beside the scope there. So you can see we got it's not a very wide back garden, and the tree does take up a bit of space there. It's actually, in the panoramic view, it's cut off. It does go a little higher than that. So targets to the west, I can go a little bit past the meridian, but eventually that tree really kind of kicks in, and we can't see a whole lot of anything afterwards. But yeah, that's the area here to the east is primarily the targets that we have available, and sometimes it can feel limiting, especially during galaxy season. However, with this scope, now that I have a longer focal length and a better a lower focal ratio, definitely going to go after a lot more of the targets out there once the once galaxy season rolls around there. I've always joked with that, or the missus has joked with me about that, just saying throw it on the roof. That's not the ideal place. And I've seen some people who put their telescopes on a roof, and unfortunately I've seen a few fall in spectacular fashion, and that hurts. That hurts so much. I hate seeing when equipment gets damaged like that, and it's just, and sometimes things come out unscathed, and there might be a little collimation that they gotta fix up on their scope, but yeah, other times it's you've lost that equipment. It's gone. That hurts. I mean, I've had the scope out there during 30, 35 mile an hour winds, and I've propped that thing up. It hasn't moved. It is it's small enough in a profile that there's not as much surface area, but I was worried, to the point that I was going to bring it all in. So but yeah, it's a heavy system that we got sitting out there, so I'm confident in its stability there. And it's not often we get really excessive high winds in the area. I did see last week in southern Ontario, back in Canada, that they had like 120 kilometer-an-hour wind gusts at some point in some of the areas, and that's ridiculous. You're having these incredible gale force winds, Um, yeah, I was in that regard. I was kind of happy. I was sitting here and just worrying about my 35-mile-an-hour wind gusts. Um, no, I'd definitely be bringing in all the equipment for that. So let's. I was on a double-decker go bus and it was whacking like a dog's tail. Oh, yeah. I mean, yeah, those things are designed to have a very low center of gravity, but still, I think the worst was well, no, we're not comparing terrible transportation stories. I was flying out of Malaysia last year, and we were in the middle of like one of the worst thunderstorms I'd seen in, like outside of visiting Florida, and it was just one of those things. We're sitting on the tarmac, we're in line to take off, and I'm thinking, all right, we're just gonna sit here for a bit, and they bloody took that plane off in the strongest storm I've ever felt, and I'm thinking, well, that's it. We still had the 60 centimeter and the 1 meter running. Not sure how my coworkers were faring through it. So whereabouts is this these scopes that you guys are using, Sifi? Low center of gravity, yes, but the side of a bus still acts like a giant sail. The bus sure ain't driving straight, no. York University. I went to York University. I went there for a fine arts degree. That was where I went straight out of high school. I did not. I wasn't in the I guess the laser focused area of astronomy at that point. I was actually more into the pro wrestling scene at that time in my life. So, hobbies change over the years. The lifestyle changes up a bit. So it wasn't really until moving to the UK when this kind of opportunity came about for doing more astrophotography and astronomy. So, happy where the travels have taken me. We get a lot of arts kids coming around for public viewing. Yeah, if I'm pretty sure if I was more, I was having my eyes up during that whole time at university, I would have ventured out a little farther there. We even do a physics pub night at the Absinthe. Oh my God, I haven't heard that name in so long. That's bringing some flashbacks back. It's taken me. That was many moons ago when I was at York University. Now, definitely would have. I think me now back then would have been all over that observatory and that all those in the doing the pub nights for sure. All right, it looks like the clouds are really coming in. Let's see let's see what the forecast, if it's going to clear up in a little bit or not, because that is going to kind of dictate the rest of the stream here. And also, when I am doing the live streams, they can kind of pop up at a moment's notice because you know, the weather can change pretty quick around here. Again, sometimes it feels that it changes for the worse more often than not. However, times like this where I have the you know, I have a crummy weather forecast, and all of a sudden it changes nice and quick, and we have some clear skies, and then things like this happen, the clouds roll in, and we're kind of pooched for the night. See what we're looking like here. Yeah, it may not be until, what time is it now? 10 to 12. It says we're campus has probably changed a lot. 3 subway stations on campus, the campus mini mall, a second larger student center, huge Bergeron engineering building, and a bunch of stuff. What was I? Yeah, so I was in the you know, in the fine arts building, and kind of doing some other lectures in what was it, in Stong College or Stong Hall. Yeah, okay, if that's the last 4 years, I've been in the, you know, I've been over in the UK for the past 10 years, and out of high school, or out of high school and university from probably another 10 years prior to that. So I had, when I was going there, unfortunately there was a large TA strike. So I did basically a year of for a bachelor's of fine arts, and it kind of it unfortunately put me off to the experience of university over there. So I did have other friends that kind of went to York afterwards, and we kind of hung out there a little bit. Stong is nearly beside the building the observatory is attached to. That's it. When I went in there, I was the only, you know, the only one out of my my year group that went to York. Other people went you know, all over Ontario, and you know, it was just one of those things that would, combined with the TA strike that was that went on there, and yeah, it took me right out of it. Unfortunately, it took the wind right out of my sails. And it wasn't really until the last few years, being in this part of the UK, that I went back to university, and I got my Bachelor of Arts in Graphic Design. So while I had been, you know, studying graphic design prior to all this, you know, it's now I have a piece of paper and I can charge y'all more money for design work. But no, it was one of those accomplishments that I'm happy to have completed. That you know, finally getting that that degree. It was more of of principle to get that. So, and it was also good to go back to university in a sense of going back to basics. And yeah, the York had no compunction about taking my money. So it was one of those things where they just kind of crammed everything into the last few weeks, and just kind of took your marks as is. And it was like, that put me off, unfortunately. They treat their employees like dirt and wait for the government to end the strike without a contract, thus setting up a strike 3 years later when arbitration expires. It's very cyclical, with things that go on with the education system there. And we still pay full tuition during the pandemic. That's rough. There's yeah, even here in the UK, everybody's struggling with tuitions, and I'm kind of glad that I finished when I did, because you know, the year that was you know, who were the new third years at the time when I had finished out there, they had you know, the pandemic kind of set in their last few months of education. So, you know, these friends that we made, we really felt bad for them, because you know, they lost out on, you know, quite that kind of those key moments that you kind of wrap things up, and you know, they were forced to basically finish months ahead of time. Next strike is this spring, but this time I'm a York employee, and the student. Yeah. No, I have friends who are in education as well in Ontario, and it's yeah, people. It's a tough go of things right now. So, hopefully, people can be a little more thinking, a little less bureaucratically about things, and maybe having some common sense with how things are going over there. And everywhere really, to be fair, but it's I don't know, one of those things I kind of hope maybe once we're on the other side of things, and there's a little more critical thinking that goes on towards what's going to be right for education and what's going to be the best way to approach this in the future. And we have Ford as premier. Common sense ain't going to happen in this situation. No, not that I've heard of. I still keep tabs on what's going on over there, and it does sound like it's this whole. I mean, not to wax political too much on the channel, but it does seem like it's just this era of Trump in the States and Ford in Ontario there, and Boris Johnson here. As much as I like to think that for the most part, some of them are trying to do a bit of an honest job. However, other things can get in the way, and you're kind of bowing to where the money is. But hey, that's a conversation for maybe a different stream. But these are things that kind of crop up, and these are the tangents that I talk about that kind of go on. And actually, while we're waiting for these clouds to roll out, fair game for. And they decided to give us more assignments and work to make up for the pandemic instead of less. University of Toronto has seen a spike in school-related suicides this semester. Oh, that's tough. That sucks too, because even here in the UK, the students are they're still kind of speculating on how they can kind of go home for the Christmas holidays. Because there's still universities that are and colleges that still have students living on campus, and it's one of the things to kind of control a spread. If they're if they've gone to like the north of England, then and they got family in the south, then they're coming out of some massive hot spots, and the time off for the Christmas holidays isn't enough to kind of do the quarantine and then go see your family and then go back to uni. So it's a weird dance that they got to do to try and make to make it work for people. And York last year quietly defunded all their mental health supports for students, and now they're facing the effects of that too. It's almost what feels like what are the the ethereal kind of bits that people kind of take away first, which end up being the more important things, rather than they're gonna sometimes they're gonna put money towards the more of the I guess the tangible results, and it sucks with what has to go and what they deem to be expendable. Campus security is completely shut down. I have to get security to let me into the observatory for shifts. And that's I guess you're running basically a skeleton crew over there, right? We don't get science funding either. The new observatory stuff was a multi-million-dollar donation from Alan Carr as well. I mean, I think where a lot of funding is going to have to be coming from private donations. I just saw in the news today that the National Science Foundation is defunding the Arecibo telescope, Um, so it's kind of sad to see that icon just, you know, waste away into the jungle, as it were. Um, you know, although in the you know in the Guizhou province of China, at least their radio telescope is much larger there, and but still, it's just that, you know, I've seen you see the Arecibo telescope in so many movies. It's not only it's like a scientific, but like a pop culture icon as well, and it's sad to see that kind of just waste away after what happened with it. So I'm kind of quietly hoping that someone who has some money and a love of astronomy might do something to fix it up there. Hopefully times like this will give a more mainstream awareness to mental health. I really hope it does too. And I do see a lot of streamers also doing like mental health streams, just to have people talk in a fairly anonymous environment, but also not to be judged on things. And I see a lot of people doing that, and I think it's also tough for the streamer who's kind of leading this thing, that they're all of a sudden taking the brunt of so many emotions from a lot of people. And you know, I've seen that, you know, they've broken down on camera quite often, and it's you know, I guess it's honorable of them to kind of take on this role, although they're just providing this forum for people to kind of just let it out a bit. And I think in a way that is important. And you know, it's one of those things that's really come to the forefront, and we're really noticing the importance of mental health, and it is being enforced more in the workplace. And even where I'm working, they're saying, you know, if you have to take a step back from your work for a few hours, for a day or two, and that's completely understandable, just to recenter yourself. You know, and to me, doing something like this, just you know, taking images of space, or usually I would sit outside with the scope. It's relaxing. It's therapeutic. It's I enjoy hanging out with the people who have come in. I love that we've met all these new people, and you know, we've kind of put this community together. University of Toronto shut down funding for the David Dunlop Observatory after it swapped a few hands and almost got destroyed for development. Richmond Hill City bought it for historical reasons. I did read about that. I think that's fantastic that they're going to keep that going there. Yeah, I've always looked at kind of places that I want to work at, like, you know, eventually seeing possibly to, you know, move back to Canada, you know, and I do want to get into, you know, the more of an outreach kind of position, you know, and you know, almost doing maybe a larger scale of this, essentially, you know. You know, happy to talk about astronomy as much as possible. Like I've said before, I've always tried to shoehorn that into to some of my projects in university, and just some kind of just almost everyday conversation if possible. You know, just to even just to gauge people's interest on there. And sometimes they are almost closeted fans of astronomy, and they seem a little reluctant because they don't know enough about it. And like that really shouldn't be anything kind of holding you back there. You know, there's a time when all of us didn't know anything about astronomy, you know, so it's, and I'm still a novice, I consider, because there's tons that I don't know. And, you know, a lot of times I'm researching, or I'm looking up information as much as possible, and just sharing this as well, is just my way of kind of, you know, solidifying that knowledge base and being able to, you know, pull out my cold facts about things, and you know, the base information of a galaxy or a nebula. And so I'm not just reading from my my information sheet here, you know. the head of astronomy has always been someone who is more than a boss to people. He does mental health support for people, even when they don't know to ask for it. He's always advocating for his employees. He's a cool dude. Also associated with the David Dunlop Observatory and the Royal Astronomy Society of Canada and Casca. After the pandemic, you should stop by the observatory. It's not every day you get to lay hands on a 1 meter telescope, 2-story tall, and a 2-story tall 60 meter from 1968. Definitely would want to. There's many more places that I do want to hit. I mean, there's of the kind of the next solar eclipse that's in the west coast of the United States. There's a plan to try and do a road trip out there if things have settled down by then. Do a trip to Meteor Crater, and to see some of these these astronomical icons, really. I live fairly close to London, and I still haven't gone to the Greenwich Observatory, and I kick myself fairly often, especially in the situation that we're in right now, that I haven't gone. It's just one of those things that you live here long enough, and you become a resident, a citizen. You're not a tourist anymore. So, it just kind of goes with any city that you live in. You're almost going to get more information out of a tourist than you will the people who live there sometimes. And there's other astronomy related trips that I've done, that I've gone to a couple of dark sky sites and observatories up north. Happy I kind of got those under the belt, and gone to a few star parties as well. And that was also kind of where I got where I was really bitten by the astrophotography bug, and where it really all kind of kicked off about 4 years ago. Just seeing what the weather is doing, what we're looking at. It might start to, we're at just after midnight here. I can just look out to the west and see if I've set the camera up enough to point that way. Hey, look, it's that tree I hate. Don't look at my rubbish. Oh, that's about as far to the west I can point with the camera. And there's still clouds. Have you been to the Space Center in Leicester? No, I haven't, unfortunately. I have not. There's tons of landmarks that I haven't been to yet, and it's unfortunate that you really start to reflect on that now at this point, when we really can't go anywhere. But I mean, hoping that things can get under control and we can, start to acclimatize back into a little bit of how we used to be. I think there's going to be a shift in the way how we work and live, and going back to treating mental health, that we're really gonna take stock in what's really important. And for me, this is what's been kind of the most important thing that that's kind of come out of this is an increased activity in astronomy, astrophotography, because it's, you know, I have zero commute time right now, and I count myself incredibly fortunate that I'm afforded this opportunity, you know, to be in this position at this time. So, you know, I want to be able to do this as much as possible, share this with you guys as often as I can. And if it's going to be a night where we're just kind of processing some images, you know, and a conversation kind of breaks out, happy with that. And yeah, hopefully things do change for the better. A path of totality passes Toronto for the total eclipse. Which one? When is that one? Is it like in a few years, or are we talking? We have to watch it with our Android bodies. We do online public viewings for the York Observatory. Do you have a link for that one there, Sifi? If you can throw that, you can throw that in the chat there. Somewhere in the next 2 to 3 years. Sounds good. See when, yes. There was a, where is that map? There we go. That's 2024. There you go, observatory.info. I'm going to click on that and save that in my browser. Fabulous. That's cool. Yeah, you know, I also kind of regret that I didn't get into that area soon enough. You know, who knows where things would have gone from that point there. And fade into a flashback. Oh, shit, that didn't work. All right. So yeah, it looks like I think that might have been the possible. Where's the other ones? There was a few that were kind of coming up. I think that might have been the one that we're going to do a road trip for, but if it's going to be in Toronto, we'll put it. I'll put it in my Google Calendar. We'll have a party at York University. Did OBS crash again? Not tonight. There was no crash. There have been a couple of times the internet has blinked out for a second there, but overall, it's been steady. You know. Public viewing is every Wednesday, and online public viewing is every Monday, rain or shine. We either do live imagery, or if the weather doesn't permit, we have a web show often featuring various astrophysics researchers and show previously taken processed imagery. Lovely. I will definitely like to check in on that. What time? It's it also depends on the time. Broadcast starts at 7:30. That was the October one. Is it usually about 7:30 when things kind of kick off there? We're low-key already planning for the eclipse party. We throw them for Mars and Jupiter opposition, and lunar eclipses, etc. Yeah, well, online stuff there. If it works out for timing, then yeah, count me in on those ones. I would like to join it. Yeah, summertime it gets tough. Like we don't, unfortunately, come August. No, there we go. End of April, sorry, mid-May, we lose astronomical darkness up here, which sucks. There's no way around it. There's no way to sugarcoat that. It stinks, and that lasts until the end of July. So imaging time is at a very minimum. Right. Hey, there it is. We also started selling our 2021 calendar today. Excellent. Where's that at? Is it on this page, or am I just missing it? When that's yours there. Store link on top. There we are. Right. Oh God, I haven't seen snow in so long. That's it. Also, yeah, living in the UK, or at least where I am in the UK, you don't have to shovel a rainy day. So I'm a little happy with that there. Store link on the top. There we go. Excellent. I will. I'll look into getting one when I'm off stream, and y'all can't see me put in my credit card details. So yeah, that is my darkness. You can't shovel, right? That's it. When I first moved here, it was it was January, I think. Yeah, it was in January, the first January that we moved here. We got like 4 inches of snow out of nowhere overnight, and things just shut down for I think it was about two days. Nobody was doing anything. Nobody was going to work. Businesses, if they couldn't walk to the shops, that was it. Things were closed down. It doesn't take a whole lot of snow around here either to kind of cause a bit of chaos and shut things down. Now, I think that for the whole time I've been here, there's been only 2 significant snowfalls in around here, so it's good and bad. I mean, luckily both times I haven't had to travel far for work. And although even driving, I don't need to again toot my own horn, but a bit of king of the road experienced in driving in shit weather. There's really no secret. Just take your time, or don't go out at all. You know, it's hard to crash a parked car. So that's your lunar photo from just before the pandemic on the cover. Fantastic, 111 image mosaic using a neodymium 5 filter on the 1 meter. That's tremendous. That's really cool. Do you have any other place, CV, that you show that you got your images on? Do you have Instagram or anything like that, or have you posted it yet? So I didn't mean to take a mosaic. I was just grabbing frames for first-year students during a lunar crater project when I found out I took enough to form a near-complete mosaic. It's what, yeah, I guess there have been, I haven't accidentally done a mosaic of things, but there have been times where I've had more integration time on an image than I thought I was going to actually get. In the beginning of the first lockdown in the UK, it was, there were some targets that I was shooting while I was waiting for my main targets to kind of be, to be available. And, you know, I checked my images to stack, and all of a sudden I have like 19 hours on one of these targets. I think it was on the Owl Nebula, and I'm just thinking, how did that, you know, how did that happen? I wasn't even planning on this. It wasn't even purposely shot. And there was a time when I swapped out my smaller refractor and my 5-inch SCT, and it was I kind of regret doing that. I would have rather have kept the 5-inch scope on the mount, and you know, had many more hours on the Whirlpool Galaxy. I think I got about maybe 19 or 20 hours on that with the 1500 millimeter focal length, but it would have rather kind of added that other, I added 24 hours worth of that on the smaller refractor, which was kind of underwhelming overall, with it being such a smaller target. You know, while I was happy with seeing some of the other galaxies around the area, but they're still on Architeuthis. No, so that'd be plural. Instagram there. But that was my, what was that? How much should I have integrated? 21 hours I did on a wide field image of the Whirlpool Galaxy. You know, while there was tons of targets in the area, I almost would have rather added that time into you know, into this one here. Which I don't remember. Full image details can be found on Astro. Ugh, I was so lazy with this post. I don't have my integration time on there. But yeah, that was one of the targets I rather would have put more time on that with the longer focal length. There we go. I will have a little more detailed look a bit there. I'm working on M33, the Triangulum. Got a really good zoom on the core. Also got some initial data on the core of Orion. Yeah, I'm really kind of put out by my where my scope is right now. I'd rather have my neighbor not have built the structure, you know, long before I moved into this place. You know, how dare he? But I do want to be able to get a little more of Orion as it kind of comes up. I do think there might be a little tree surgery coming up in the next few days there. Plate scale of our CCD camera is around 16 by 11 arc minutes. Tremendous. I loved shooting the dumbbell nebula as well. That was I never realized exactly just how bright that target really is. You know, so this was one of those nights when we did one of the 16-minute exposures, and this one turned out, you know, ridiculously well. It's why, again, I do enjoy doing all of these imaging sessions, and you know, there's so many targets that I've captured that I haven't shot before, and you know, now to have these available, I've wanted to get more time on them, but also the you know, the nights just haven't allowed for it that much. Like, be it the clouds rolling in or condensation building up on the scope. You know, it's still a relatively new scope, and I haven't got all the kind of almost essential bits of kit to kind of keep things going there. So it's a little annoying that you know, I've had to cut nights short while there's so many more hours of darkness available. We've done clear observing of 15 plus magnitude stars using the 1 meter despite being in Toronto. It's also cool that the telescope is large enough that when you look through the eyepiece, you can see deep sky objects. Yeah, to be able to see, you know, without doing like a long exposure, like I said before, like how inefficient our meat cameras can be. It's you know, to be able to see you know, some of the more dim objects in such a large aperture scope has to be incredible. I mean, at most, you know, I saw the Orion Nebula with my 5-inch Schmidt Cassegrain, and you know, it was this all rather unremarkable gray little smudge. However, you know, I never had the opportunity yet to look at it through a much larger aperture than that. You know, so I'm interested in seeing how much more detail kind of comes out in the Orion Nebula with this scope. You know, it's the largest aperture that I've personally used, and again, this the scope and camera combination has worked out so well, and I'm just, you know, constantly amazed by what's kind of come out of this telescope. You know, this was one of our kind of comparison shots of the Triangulum Galaxy. You know, using broadband and narrowband, just to kind of, you know, those who aren't familiar with just how the filters work, or what their you know, what their purpose is going to be. And I think this kind of worked out really well to kind of illustrate how much more detail is seen, or what specific details are seen with a broadband filter or a narrowband filter. Our eyes have the quantum efficiency of less than 1% and way too short of exposure time. A CCD with over 99% quantum efficiency, compared to maybe a 16 to 25% for a DSLR. Run that for a 300-second exposure, and you can see even why kids love the mini taste of Cinnamon Toast Crunch. It's true. It is. It's I've already had some people kind of come in and well, just to be a little I guess controversial for some reason, just kind of claim that these aren't real images that I've taken, and at that point, if you're already shutting down to that idea, then it's kind of tough to bring them back to I guess reality, as it were. And yeah, the way how triangulum fits in this field of view, I would want to get more time on this galaxy, and even do add the narrow band imaging to it, and really make the nebulae pop in that image there. So, but again, I'm completely happy as well doing these kinds of sessions. We get a lot of flat earthers. Some of them email us regularly for years. Yeah, when kind of discussing flat Earth thing, I really try not to even get into that, because it just feels like they're either kind of coming in to troll or just be controversial for no reason, and it's I feel they've already kind of shut their minds down to the notion of accepting science. And yeah, there we go. Astrobeard, how are you doing? I like Sky Lisa's emotes. She got some hilarious ones in there. And if anything, the only one I would want to reach the level of partner somehow to open the options for more emotes on this channel. I mean, we have 4 right now, and 2 of those are from the higher tiers, and we have our tier 1 emotes that are available, and our tier 2 and 3. Although I'm going to change the tier 3 emote from the core of Uranus to the Earth's core, so at least they kind of match up there. And I was naively thinking that once you get the next level of your subscriber goal, that you're able to add another tier 2 and tier 3, but that's not until you reach partner. So it's once we reach that goal of 25 subscribers, then I can put up another emote. I've heard stories of people working in observatories. Jared from Griffith has a favorite story he tells about the sun worshipper who always comes to the observatory and rings his gong. Tired. Cut down and cut up a large black walnut tree here at the future home location today. Oof. I would like to cut down that tree. You up for a little more yard work? Although the tree seems so dry and dead, I could probably just pull it down. Get rid of those branches. Get a little more view to the southeast. Maybe. So I'm just looking at those triangulum images as well as the Crab Nebula you sent along there. That's really cool. And that's using the, you said that's the 1 meter scope? Hey, I like that. I like that combo. And using the science CCD, fair enough. Right, we can see some stars. We're seeing more stars. The clouds are rolling out of here. Hopefully they're gonna bugger off for the rest of the night there. Now this was our shot of M1 from when was this? End of October. So again, one of those targets that I tried to image years ago. Sorry, not years ago. I guess years ago. Well, 3 years ago now. When I overloaded my Star Adventurer with my 5-inch scope, and just barely got this little smudge kind of coming through. So now to be able to image this. I've been very happy to capture these shots there. For the Crab and the M34 are only a few minutes of total image frame. The astrophotography we do is mainly after we do our science stuff and before we pack up. Fair enough. I guess, yeah, you are going to be you're more getting the data out of there than trying to get the pretty images coming out. I see the I was on the fence about what kind of camera I was going to be using, and it was kind of going back and forth between a monochrome camera or a color camera. And because I can have limited clear nights, and I do want to be able to kind of get that color shot as quickly as possible, I went down the route of using a color camera, and it works out well for what we're doing here. Hey, Mr. Richard, how you doing tonight? This was a 10-minute exposure with the 8-inch scope, and that was back in the end of October that we shot this. So we're again, one of those targets that I was just happy to capture there, and wasn't sure that something like that was going to be possible from my back garden or with the kind of the equipment that I had at the time. So this was kind of years of anticipation for things there. So yeah, that's the scope we're sporting right now. An 8-inch Ritchie Chrétien design with a ZWO ASI 533. That's taking these images using a narrowband filter that is capturing. It's a tri-band, so we're getting the hydrogen alpha, oxygen 3, and hydrogen beta coming through there, and cutting out a fair portion of all the light pollution that we have. And now that it is almost in 20 minutes, the street lights are going to turn off, and we're going to have this little bit of kind of a small bit of a light dome kind of in this little section here is going to go a lot darker, much like in the kind of the upper area of the sky here. So we're going to be able to get some better images. And I did test how much to the southeast the scope can go now that I've moved the cables around a bit, and we can basically point horizontally and see where we're at, and be able to get some other targets that might be in that area. So there's a possibility of maybe getting the horse head, if it hasn't kind of gone off in too far of a direction there. So let me see how we're at. So we have, this is the view from the guide scope. We have stars in the frame once again, and we are focused on too massive of a star. And actually, we don't even know where we're looking at the moment. So jumping back to what was shot about an hour ago was the Monkey Head Nebula. One of those targets that, again, I wasn't sure I was able to capture, wasn't sure how it was going to look through the scope, and again, want to get a lot more time on this. You know, we do the 10-minute exposures on here, and we're you know, overall, I think we're getting some really cool views out of these areas, and definitely, again, a target that deserves a lot more integration time for sure, because there's some dense areas, there's some really cool bright sections, but there's also these the fainter areas of the nebula that are going to be you know, they're going to come out with further integration time. We're currently trying to get a hold of super narrow filters, and we're having a hard time finding someone who could produce them that narrow and at wavelengths we're targeting. We think in a maximum we're looking at is 1 nanometer, full width half maximum. That is incredibly narrow. I mean, we're at I guess this is at what, I think 7 nanometers, or maybe a little wider, maybe 12 nanometers for this filter. What do you for? Hang on, I'm going to answer the processing question in just a second. The return to sender launch, hey Third Rock, is getting ready to happen. You know, let's. That's or whose channel is that on right now? Because if we can. Guess, page not found. All right. CosmoQuest is doing that. What time does that launch? 32 minutes. Okay, cool. I will. We're trying to image. All right, BRB. All right. Okay, because yeah, if we can, I think I'll stick around, do this for a little longer, and we'll you can have a view. All right, well, I got that queued up. Then we'll switch over to that once once they go live. So that'll be that there. If so, we got the skies are clearing up there. So while we're waiting for things to kind of kick off there, we're going to pick a new target because the skies have cleared, and you know I can sleep on the weekend. That's fine. I'm more than happy to be imaging as much as possible, like I said. And for those who have maybe returned, who have just come back in, or who have kind of come in for the first time, thank you very much for joining us. Thank you for rejoining. I am Tom. I am the Astro Canuck. We shoot live images of outer space. We're using a 8-inch telescope with an astronomy dedicated camera. We kind of pull out images from the night sky that are kind of like this. This is the Monkey Head Nebula. And you know, we capture these images for about a 10-minute exposure. And we go for the kind of the brighter nebulae that are available in the night sky because they just show up that much better in with the filter that we're using. It's going to capture more of that hydrogen alpha wavelength of the emission nebulae that are going to come out there. And while we're waiting for the Return to Sender Rocket Lab launch, we're going to shoot a couple of targets while we're waiting for that to go on there. So what's we got all the information on this there. Sorry about that. We're just trying to, I wasn't planning on, you know, watching a launch on here, but I'm definitely happy to be adding that into things because, you know, it's not, well, this is the first time that I would have been streaming one there. So we'll take a look at that together. So a little update on what this rocket launch is going to be about there. It is Rocket Lab's Return to Sender mission, which will be their 16th Electron launch, and will lift off from the Launch Complex 1 on New Zealand's Mahia Peninsula. And yeah, so that's the launch vehicle will loft 30 satellites into a sun-synchronous orbit at 500 kilometers altitude for a range of customers, including Tricept, Unseen Labs, Swarm, Auckland Program for Space Systems, and global gaming software company Valve. The satellites will span a range of operations from Tricept's tech demonstration of their new tether systems designed to accelerate spacecraft re-entry and reduce orbital debris, through the next generation of maritime surveillance satellites for Unseen Labs, as well as communications satellites for Swarm. The mission will also deploy New Zealand's first student-built satellite, the APSS-1 satellite, for Te Punaha Atea. Let me butcher that one, unfortunately, I'm sorry. The Auckland Space Institute at the University of Auckland. So it's a very interesting launch that they're going to be having going on here. So we will take a look at that in about half an hour when they are set to launch. So I do have a reminder set up there for the launch. So we'll jump over that in a bit. But for now, let's what is available to shoot, because we got our clear skies back, and I am thinking that probably the 30 satellites in the sun synchronous orbit. Yes, I was just reading up on that there. That'll be it'll be interesting also to see another a different company with their presentation and their the way how they run their launch. I think the majority of launches that I've seen have basically been SpaceX or Arianespace, and when they're launching from like French Polynesia. So to be able to see another area, another section of space engineering to be doing their thing, it's gonna be interesting. So we were going to pick a new target, and it might end up being just the way how things go. It might just be the last target of the night, and I'm really tempted to go back to the Rosette Nebula because it was a beautiful target to shoot there. But I'm going to take a cheeky chance at the Horsehead Nebula actually, and see how that frames up, and if it is possible to kind of get a shot of that right now. Hopefully it's not too far to the south. Let's see. Maybe, I'm gonna go for it. We're gonna give it a try. We're gonna see if that's going to fit into the view. So make sure we save our Monkey Head Nebula. And let's I've moved the scope around, so hopefully we can have it orient itself correctly. We'll make sure that it's in the right spot there. Now I'm hoping possibly that it's going to these trees aren't going to be a big issue at the moment. So it's if you hear a chainsaw start up, you'll know exactly what I'm doing. Although I can see the 3 stars of Orion's belt, which are kind of obscured by the tree there. So we'll see if that is just the way how the security camera is seeing things, or if it actually is unfortunately already behind the tree, which is going to really change up my plans. And at that point, we'll just go to the Rosette Nebula and we'll ooh and ah at that. So let's just make sure the scope knows where it is. They should be looking at the Monkey Head Nebula still, or gone back to that area of the night sky. Which it has. So that's perfect. We know where we are. Let's run the plate solve on that one more time, because I did manually move the scope, and sometimes it doesn't want to remember exactly where it is. I've had this problem before, so I don't want that to kind of muck up at all. So we will move over to, let's see what kind of view we have on the Horsehead Nebula, if we do. And maybe I might have missed the opportunity because just how Orion is still a little low in the sky, and it's not until basically about the next 3 weeks when it's going to be regularly in a good spot above the roof there. So we are going for the Horsehead Nebula. We'll see how this frames up there. I might have to move it around a bit if we're in the shot there. And that is IC 434. And I will be really happy if this works, if there isn't a tree in the way, because then we can get a target that I've never really got a interesting shot of. And it looks like we might be in luck. We might be in luck with the Horsehead Nebula. Let's see. Let's do 10 seconds on there, see how much can be pulled out of that before we start doing our 10-minute image. Because I think it looks, I think I'm seeing a little bit of the horse head there. Ooh, star is lost. Oh, I never really had a star in the guide scope there. Let's see, it looks like, I think I can just make that out there. Right. So I mean, this is a 10-second exposure. There's probably nothing that you really, you may not be seeing on your monitor there, but it looks like it's where I want it to be. You know, I'll stick with that. We'll go with that, and we'll. It looks like there might. Oof, the tree might be in the way. I don't have that many options for a guide star on here. All right, I'm going to pick that star. We're going to start our exposure, and we'll see how that one goes, because if we can get a decent shot of the Horsehead Nebula tonight, then it's easy to pick up another shot of the Rosette Nebula before we kind of wrap things up. And we will we'll let that run, and at that point, once this one's done, we'll probably be switching over to the to see what time the launch is going to be. Their live stream starts in about 30 minutes. So we'll see how much preamble they have on Rocket Labs before they do their return descender launch, which is mainly the main process. The main thing is putting 30 satellites into a sun-synchronous orbit. So I do thank those who have stuck around or are sticking around, and those who may have kind of joined in. We are doing live images of outer space. I am Tom, I'm the Astro Canuck, and we are shooting images of space as much as possible, as often as we can, whenever there's a clear night, I'm aiming to be out here shooting these images and sharing them with you guys live as they come through the camera there. And the guide star is lost. Sugar lumps and weasels. We might be behind a tree. Yeah, I think it's is it a tree or is it clouds? It looks like it's a tree. That's unfortunate. That is that's a bit of a bummer. Let's see if we can have a little better luck on M78 maybe, because that's not that much far away, and it may be just enough in front of the tree that we can it's a larger reflection nebula, and while this scope, or while the filter we have is better for the emission nebulae, you know, we might be able to pick out some other details there. It's not too far away from the Horsehead Nebula, but maybe it's just enough in front of ahead of the tree before we start losing that star. Although the way how long it's taking for the plate solving to work out there, we may be out of luck for that area until I can either cut the tree down or we wait a few more weeks for that to show up there. So what we're going to do, we're going to go back to I'm going back to the Rosette Nebula, and that's what we'll end things off on there with NGC 2244. And actually, kind of depending on what we've been doing, I'll probably run a longer exposure on this one here. I'll do a 16-minute exposure and just really pull out as much detail as possible as we can with this, because it's been it looked fantastic with 10 minutes, and you know, for the way how the night has gone, we're you know, we've done a lot of 16-minute exposures, so we will we'll get that in there. And I think actually what I'm going to do is again recenter on this section here. Because it frames up a little better there. Hey, Hanau. Thank you very much for the Prime Gaming submission. Thank you so much. Appreciate that immensely. You know, you are now an assistant to the observatory. Thank you so much. We're happy to have you join the observatory, and we are we're not so much wrapping up the night, but we are looking at our final image to be shooting, and we're gonna jump over to the live stream of Rocket Lab space launch. So we're going to kind of do a little bit of science, a little bit of stargazing, or a little bit of astrophotography, and it's been a really good night. I appreciate you appreciate that subscription very much. Thanks for streaming astrophotography things. Love it. I'm happy to have you in here, and also happy that there you go. You have one of our founder badges. We have a very limited amount of these remaining. So those who are you know, if you have subscribed, if you've received a gifted subscription, unfortunately that founder's badge doesn't come along with that there. It does come with when you do a Prime subscription or when you pay for a tier 1, 2, or 3 subscription there. So thank you very much, and I'm very happy that you are one of our founders. You keep that first founder's badge as long as I'm running this channel. So that's your little badge of honor there, and thank you very much for the Prime subscription. So we are shooting the kind of finishing off with the Rosette Nebula one more time there, but it's going to be one of our longer exposures. We're going to go for 16.5 minutes on this one here, because it just it's a nice bright target and nothing's going to get blown out. We're just going to get so much more detail in this image. And I'm going to get that exposure going. Sending that first founder's badge to the printer. Frame it on your wall. You will honor it. Thank you very much. All right, let's check our guide star. Make sure that we're on a fair-sized star, and I think I'm going to pick a different one there. I need this to be nice and bright, because we have had some wispy clouds roll in there, and I don't want this to lose out on a reliable star to be looking at there. I think this one looks like it's going to be fairly large, nice and stable, and easy for the camera to follow there. And I haven't actually kind of looked outside, because things might start to be frosting up out there, because we are reaching freezing temps. Where are we at there? What's our let me see, like we were at about 2 degrees, but it also feels like we're at 3 degrees right now in the UK, in the east of England, and it feels like -1. So chances are things are getting pretty frosty out there. Our camera is cooled to -10 degrees Celsius, and the cooler is only working at 14% capacity. So that is nice and frosty out there. And we are guiding, and I'm going to start that image, and we're going to get that one going. So we'll ramble on for 16.5 minutes at least, and we will jump over to the live launch of Rocket Labs in about 8 minutes time. So their live stream is going to start fairly soon. So we will we'll join that one as well. I haven't actually kind of shared a rocket launch on here before, so I do thank those who are joining, who are watching, watching the stream. And yeah, we'll cap the night off with a rocket launch and a wonderful, hopefully well-guided image of the Rosette Nebula. And I do thank we've had a lot of people join the observatory in the last 24 hours, and I'm incredibly happy with that response. And just we're almost at 150 followers, and this is we're at if you're watching here, please open the launch and other tabs that counts for each viewer on the donations. Yes, I do have that. Wrong button. We'll be watching that over here, because and really those of you who are watching as well on any other channel or on any other account here, every view that's going to be added on here that they're going to be donating. What's the amount there? Is it like $1 for every viewer that that Steam or Valve is going to donate to there you go. Gabe, the CEO of Steam, is donating $1 per viewer. So if those of you who are watching on any other devices, throw that up there, throw on a view, and we'll we'll all watch it together or separately, or just kind of we'll enjoy the wonders of modern space exploration and technology and engineering, and we'll imagine 5 million viewers, and then, like I said, he'll have a Steam sale tomorrow night and make it all back tenfold. But hey, I think that's really cool that they're doing that they're putting that money forwards, and that's it. Yeah, I'm holding out for the next Steam sale because there's a few items I do want to get that I want to add. That's going to add a little bit to the channel, and just add a little bit of astronomy gaming as an option for what for our ridiculously cloudy nights and no processing available. My Steam sale backlog is like 300 games deep. Gabe been laughing all the way to the bank. Yes. All our wallets belong to Gabe. Have I played Kerbal Space Program? No, I haven't, and I want to. I think everything I've heard about that is, ridiculously positive and hilarious as well. And yeah, I think it's one of the games that's on the list of things to try out. It's anything I do want to. If I'm having games on here, I don't want to get a game that I have to kind of be engrossed in. I do want to be able to have a little more interaction with things. I think playing. Which one was I was playing Watch Dogs a few weeks ago before it would crash all over the place, and that was really just me touring London and just seeing how much they've recreated versus what's added in there for gameplay wise. But yeah, if there's other space related games that you guys have played that you might have suggestions, we'll throw those suggestions in there, and happy to try things out and see what's available there. I am looking to see if there's a sale for Space Engine, because I think that's going to be a useful tool to kind of add to the channel, and kind of do our own exploration of what targets we're looking at, and just get maybe a bit of a sense of scale to where things are, and just see like a bit of an overall structure of things. So yeah, something like that. And also being able to use the Pro version to get a bit of a commercial license with it, and being able to edit videos and kind of we'll go on like some other virtual tours that are in the game, or in that software there. But yeah, definitely I'll check out Kerbal and see if I either do it on Steam or with Xbox. I've noticed that streaming the games through the Xbox have been a little less stress on the computer, so we're able to not have so many issues with any encoding. But overall for tonight, it hasn't been too bad. Really happy with how that's turned out there. And there's been just a few not upgrades, but just updates to my file system, or the drivers for the Ethernet controller. And overall, there hasn't been that many dropouts of the signal here. So there's been 0.2% dropped frames. I think that's kind of came from one of the earlier crashes there. Excuse me. So yeah, we're waiting on two things here. We are waiting on our exposure of the Rosette Nebula, and the guiding is looking fairly well overall here. And that is, we're halfway through that exposure. We're doing a 1,000 second, about 16 and a half minutes of an exposure on this target. And we're also waiting on the upcoming launch from Rocket Lab, which is coming out of New Zealand. And that's going to be sending about 30 satellites into into a sun synchronous orbit. So yeah, that is that's our kind of our wrap up plan for the evening there. We'll see. I don't know how much preamble is scheduled for this launch. What is the launch window? Okay, their window. Oof. All right, their window is anywhere between 1:45 or 4:30. So I'm hoping that their launch is going to be instantaneous at 1:46 in the morning, which is in about half an hour from now. So we'll I'll finish this exposure on the Rosette Nebula. We'll ramble on about it for a bit, and there are some other areas of this nebula that are incredibly interesting to look at, and we'll move the scope just a tiny bit to capture those areas, and we'll have a look at a couple areas of the Rosette Nebula. But we're shooting the kind of that central star forming region of the Rosette Nebula right now, and we'll see that image kind of coming through in the next 4.5 minutes. But yeah, we'll see what we'll get an update on how long we can expect the launch to be. And for those who I was watching a live stream with on Skylius's channel of the Crew Dragon launch, and that was pretty exciting. And it's always a little more nerve-wracking when we have humans as our payload for a launch there versus some science tech. And it's I'd hate to see any rocket kind of malfunction. And I shouldn't have said that. I don't say it. Rewind that. I didn't say anything like that. I'm always I look forward to seeing any rocket launches, and just watching it's just a really cool experience to watch them, and to kind of watch one live with you guys is going to be should be pretty fun. So how do you like the 533? Been wanting to try one. Had a 294 for a short period. It was rough in my Bortle 9 for live stacking. I thoroughly enjoy the 533. I was really apprehensive on the a lot of the specs on this camera, because I was leaning heavily towards the 294. And actually, when I bought the ASI Air, I did have the 294 in hand, and it was one of those things where I just kind of I rethought my budget and just went for the ASI Air, because at that time I wanted to be able to have the scope outside, but not leaving my laptop out under in the back garden, and just leaving it outside exposed to the elements. So the ASI Air was that kind of first purchase there. But every image that we've been taking tonight has been done with the ASI Air, not the ASI Air, with the 533. And this was a 16-minute exposure with the 533, just a single exposure for the Andromeda galaxy, and just a little bit of stretching in the histogram there. All right, Paul Rowe, time for bed, me dude. Have a good night. All right, Paul, have a fantastic evening. Thank you very much for joining in, and we will catch you on the next stream, whether it's here or on one of yours, and watching you kill it in Beat Saber. So we will see you soon, man. Have a fantastic evening. Yeah, so it's I'm in a Bortle 5, so I haven't shot in a much more light polluted area, so I imagine you're going to need to keep your exposures shorter, depending on what filters do you usually use there. Bye. Wait. Bye. Take care, Paul. I'm using a just up above the my Astrobot is doing its job, and it's kind of running down the equipment that we're using. The filter, it's a tri-band filter, using the shooting those shorter, the smaller bands of the visible spectrum, just the H alpha, oxygen 3, and hydrogen beta. And while it's great for emission nebulae, it's not the best for reflection nebula or a galaxy. Well, I mean, I love how this image of the Andromeda came out, but there's some elements that we're kind of missing when we're shooting with a narrowband filter. So, but yeah, these are single images. We're not doing any post-processing other than just adjusting the histogram on these images. And there we go. That was the Bubble Nebula using this camera. JD Raven, how you doing? It's I cool it down to about 10 degrees, and things generally stay fairly noise free. I do have a gradient, and that's just from the street lights there. And that was our first shot of the night. That was again another 16-minute exposure. Usually I shoot 10-minute exposures, because there's just less chance of any guiding errors, any satellites or airplanes kind of flying through the shot there. So, I for the sake of what we do on this channel and just trying to bring out as much detail of the night sky as possible, we'll take a chance on a longer exposure. And for the most part, it's paid off. We have some elongated stars, but at the same time, it's not ruining the quality of the image. We have our main section here of the Bubble Nebula that we've captured. And once I kind of get a Discord set up this weekend, we'll be kind of sharing these images in that section. And if anybody else is doing astrophotography, you know, we'll have the kind of the users section, or the observatory members section, to kind of share your images. And I just want to be able to, like I said, just share as much as possible, because that's how we're going to really discover any new interests, any new friends. You know, with the way how the current global climate at the moment, it's hard to kind of get out there and, you know, and mingle with some like-minded people in astronomy. So being able to offer this kind of this little community is kind of my little contribution to what we're kind of going through right now. You know, I've managed to kind of utilize the screen capture feature, and we've actually I've saved more than I've actually thought that we have, so that's good. You know, we had the Heart Nebula, or sorry, the central area, the Heart Nebula, Malot 15, and this has been shot and processed before, but I always like going back to it because it's just a really cool looking area. Like, I love that almost like spiral central area of the nebula, and this is that star forming region that's forming the whole nebulous complex. And hang on a second, let me just organize my online life here. So I'll just show you one of our processed pictures of the Heart Nebula to kind of give you an idea of where this section of the night sky is, because it's part of a much larger complex. You know, so that's part of this whole area here. That's the central area that we just had that longer exposure on there. So that's down in the way down below, just above our subscriber goal, is the that Malot 15, but it's a part of this entire Heart Nebula. And yeah, we have the safest hobby imaginable given the current situation. I think overall there's a big uptick in astrophotography and just in astronomy in general, that more people are kind of tuning into you know, what's up there, what's available in the night sky. And I think that you know, it's one of those hobbies, one of those lifestyles that is you know, really interesting. And you know, just happy to be a part of it. And you know, just to be able to share this with you guys as much as possible. Oh. So let's see, we should be actually finished our exposure of the Rosette Nebula. How much time? We got 22 minutes until they looks like they're going to be starting their broadcast. So possibly the launch was pushed back a little bit. Yeah, there. I guess with travel restrictions as well in place in some areas, that it is kind of tough to get out a little farther, get away from the city, if you're in a much higher light polluted area. All right, it looks like our exposure of the Rosette Nebula is complete. So we've gone 16 minutes on this one. We've pulled out a little more little more detail, and it looks like overall the stars have remained nice and round. The guiding was really good on this, and you can kind of see a tiny preview of this kind of forming in the lower right window. That's not what I want. Let's close that there. So, I can't get enough of this nebula already. We are, I'm just really starting to get into, you know, the Orion season right now, and this is kind of one of those targets that's ridiculously detailed. There's so much to see in the Rosette Nebula, and you know, at 16.5 minutes, this is a little more of the this is the extreme end of an exposure that we do. But I mean, the detail that's come out of here, you know, it's I would hazard to say it's a little more colorful than it was last night, and you know, it's we have well, there's less wind. There's almost no wind right now, so we don't have that impacting on the scope. We don't have the you know, we don't have any hazy conditions right now. We had a nice high pressure system roll through, thankfully, that was kind of a little suspect early on. Wasn't sure that we were actually going to get any time out here, and you know, here we are, 1:30 in the morning for me, and we're still out, we're still imaging, and we are about 20 minutes away from the next launch. And really, okay, saving that screenshot right away, making sure that we have that in here, and we're going to take a little tour of the Rosette Nebula. So I'm going to, again, reading off a little bit of my information that I have, which is coming from the Sky Safari Pro app. The Rosette Nebula is a large circular emission nebula in the constellation Monoceros. It surrounds the cluster of young hot stars known as the Rosette Cluster. The brightest part of the nebula have their own NGC catalog numbers. So there are a few areas in this that there is the overall Rosette Nebula, but there are some smaller clusters that have, like I said, that have their own designation. And the open cluster NGC 2244, which we do have, that's the kind of that area in the middle, was discovered by John Flamsteed around 1690, and also found by William Herschel. The nebula, however, was not seen by Herschel. Its different parts were discovered by his son John Herschel, Marth, and Swift. Today, the following NGC numbers are used to describe various parts of the nebula, but note that their descriptions in the original NGC, in quotes, are quite different. I'll just read a couple of them off here. That NGC 2237 is used to denote the whole nebula, which is pretty bright, very, very large and diffuse. And there is another NGC 2246, which is part of the nebulous region discovered by Swift, is extremely faint, large, irregularly round, and extremely difficult. The Rosette Nebula is an H2 region at a distance of some 5,200 light years, near one end of a large molecular cloud in Monoceros. Though distant estimates vary considerably. Its diameter is about 130 light years, and the central hole is about 30 light years across. There you go. There to there. 30 light years, traveling at the speed of light. Our closest star is 4 light years away. Voyager, the Voyager spacecraft, is traveling at about 52,000 kilometers per second. it would take it about 800,000 years to get to our closest star at 4 light years away. So, you know, it's you can maybe start to get a rough idea of just how vast these distances are, you know, and how diffuse overall this nebula can be. But from our perspective, it's this beautiful, bright, condensed area, and you know, it is hard to kind of fathom the sizes of these things. You know, these are stars of varying solar masses. You know, some much larger than our own sun, and you know, others that are maybe a little smaller. But you know, the brightness is also a little indicative of their. Actually, no, it can't be that much of their solar mass. I'm getting that mixed up there. I'm not gonna start spouting out the wrong information. But just what's in here. I mean, I haven't even zoomed in on any of this. We've been like this section right here, like, get in on that. You know, it's those Bach globules. I love that terminology. And these are, you know, these little clouds of gas and dust that are can eventually coalesce into their own star. You know, if they're collecting enough material. You know, and I can see it. You know, at 16 minutes, we're at minus 10 degrees, so the cooler is working a little harder. Actually, it's not working that much harder. It's 13%. It's still staying nice and chilly, and really these stars are incredibly round for a 16.5-minute exposure. So guiding is ridiculously spot on right now. And I'm keeping an eye on the timer for this launch, and it keeps being pushed back. It was at it was at 30 minutes, and it kind of reached 0, saying it's waiting for them to start. And then it went to 9 minutes, and now it's back up to 13.5 minutes. So if this kind of starts going on, like their launch window their initial launch window was for 1:46, so in 10 minutes. So it looks like they're kind of pushing things back a little bit. And they sometimes, like with the Crew Dragon capsule that was launched last week, they had an instantaneous window, and that was you know, it was either go or no go for that time. With this launch, they have about a 3.5 hour window, it looks like. So I'm going to keep an eye on the clock, and if it kind of starts going back, we'll I'm probably gonna I'll pop a link into the chat here. So you can check that one out. And like was mentioned from Third Rock Astronomy earlier, is that Gabe who's the CEO of Steam, will be donating $1 for every view of this launch. He does have a little bit of stake in this as well, but you know, it's one of those this thing's for a little more attention, and good attention, you know. But it's we'll keep an eye on things there. Sorry, just looking at a couple of things here. Right. So back to the Rosette Nebula, because man, I love this. I just the detail that's kind of come through on here, you know. Well, this has been very educational and enjoyable, but I got to pass out. 2:40 in the morning here. See you later. All right, Phil's Pig, thank you very much for joining in. Thank you for all the links you've been throwing out there, and helping to, helping out with checking out some more targets there. I appreciate you coming in. Appreciate you joining the observatory. Very happy to have you in here, and we'll look forward to see you on the next one. I am probably going to wrap things up shortly myself. The launch it looks like it's getting pushed back, but definitely looking forward to seeing you coming back in, and have a good evening. Have a fantastic Friday rolling into the weekend, and we'll see you again. I will be back here about 8 o'clock Greenwich Mean Time on Saturday for a little bit of astrophotography processing. Unless it's clear, then we'll do more of this. Have a good night, Phil's Pig. I'm so happy with so many people who have kind of joined in on things here. I couldn't anticipate just how much a response I was going to get with this channel. And I mean, overall, in like the month and a half that we've been running, it's been very very humbling to see so many people kind of joining in on things, and just excited to see where this thing goes in the future. I'm not just going to be pardon the bit of a pun, not going to be strapping a rocket to my back and just throwing as much money at this thing as possible, because that's not the point of this stream. It's just me being able to share the night sky with you guys, and being able to bring these images to your screen where you may not be able to get views from your area, where it may be due to light pollution, or just pardon me, obscured views, be it from from your just the way how your backyard or your front yard is set up. If you have too many streetlights in the area, you get too many, you got a bunch of trees that are kind of blocking your view. This is my way to be able to help out and show you some areas of the night sky that are largely unavailable to the naked eye. The quantum efficiency of our meat cameras is ridiculous. It's terrible. It's the worst. Our exposure time is about 0.2 of a second. So, it's comparative to the 0.2 of a second from a camera. Whereas with this area at the night sky, this was 16.5 minutes. We left the shutter open to expose and capture these photons coming in, and these images are the result of this community. We're capturing these photons together. We're talking about this as it's rolling in. We're getting questions. People are asking questions. People are putting in comments, and some of you guys have been having your own conversations throughout the night, and that's fantastic. I love it. That we can communicate and bring this little community together and create our own community. Not to discredit anybody else who's doing a Discord or their own Twitch channel. It's really just, we're part of a larger community. We just haven't met each other. We haven't met all of everybody yet. So it's through these channels we're gonna be able to kind of bring in other people from areas, or take our story out to other people, and we'll join in on other streams, and there's more people that we know in different channels, and it's there's all sorts of people that I've met through Twitch now, and our Twitch friends, and these are the new relationships that we're building in this time right now. So we're doing what we can with this, And I hope that you guys who have come in are enjoying it. Those who maybe may not be in the same time zone at all, and who are interested in watching the VODs afterwards. I do upload these later to YouTube, so that they are kind of they will be evergreen content, and I will be kind of working towards doing some smaller videos on YouTube, maybe just kind of highlighting some of the issues that I've had. So not generally a how-to guide, or more like a how I've dealt with it guide. You know, I think there are tons of people out there who are doing a lot of how-to videos, and they're doing it really well. And that's not so much the area that I'm looking to encroach on. It's just more of sharing my story and how I've kind of navigated astrophotography over the years. And it may not be the right way, but it's what's kind of worked for me. And maybe there's a little bit of information that you guys can glean from that, so we're able to, you know, enjoy the night sky that much more. And it really isn't difficult to get any enjoyment out of the night sky. It can start with your mobile phone. It can start with simply just looking up. If you have an old pair of binoculars, maybe that's a good place to start as well. People ask what's the best scope to get, and there is no right answer. It's kind of one of those answers of, it's the scope that you're going to always use. It's the scope that you're going to use most often. And I think if I didn't have the capability of being able to have my scope set up and being protected outside, you know, it's a heavy. It's a heavy scope. It's a little awkward. It's very back heavy. The mount is about as tall as I am, about 6'1", 6'2", depending on which convenience store I'm leaving. And I still have to get the scope up above my shoulders and make sure that it's all cradled in there, and it's a little awkward to get that in there. So if I was doing this night in and night out to set this up, it would be I wouldn't be doing this live stream as often. So I'm glad I'm afforded this opportunity to be able to share these images like this with you guys, and to you know, to be running this stream. You know, so this scope wouldn't be a scope that I would take out night in and night out. If I was kind of tearing down even halfway with this unit, I would be using a smaller refractor scope, which is offering some nice wide views of the night sky, but we wouldn't be having the resolving power. We wouldn't be getting these detailed images rolling in with a 72 millimeter refractor. This telescope is 200 millimeters wide, and it's, you know, it's a much larger aperture, so it's collecting this light much more efficiently than a smaller aperture telescope. And it's designed for astrophotography. You know, it's focused to infinity. It's going to get those stars nice and sharp, and I really can't get enough of this image. And hopefully it's coming through on your screens just as colorful as is on this one. This monitor, not so much. It's a little murky. And this countdown seems to be adding more time and more time. So I won't be doing it. I'm going to call this our final image of the evening, because there's one of two things is going to happen. This countdown is going to hang there at 0 on their live cast, or it's going to start, and they're going to have another half hour of preamble beforehand, and that's kind of getting a little too late for me at the moment. But we'll see how this one goes. I'll kind of, my God, there's so many people who have joined us. And people who have subscribed to the channel recently. Thank you all so very much. We're edging ever closer to our next subscriber goal, which will unlock a new tier 1 emote, and you know, I have that one kind of ready to go. I'm going to update the tier 3 emote, which is currently the core of Uranus, and that'll pardon me, that'll change to the to Earth's core. But we do have our, that's our tier 2 and tier 3 emotes, and those can be temporarily unlocked if you you have earned enough of the channel points. There are photons. If you collected enough of those, you can unlock the emote for 24 hours. Or we do have our Astro Canuck and our raid icon for when we do send it over to other channels. Potentially some other new friends that we can meet up with. But for now, we're at 17 subscribers, and that's 17 more than I really thought I would ever get, and I'm so honored by those who have subscribed to the channel. Those who have given up a little bit of their money to donate towards this, and everything that does come in is going towards astrophotography gear. It's going to be items that are going to allow me to image longer throughout the night, kind of bring you guys better images, more options for the targets that we shoot, and that's the value that I want to give back to you guys. I don't see the true value in kind of selfishly getting, well, it's not selfish. It's everybody has their own different goals. To me, going out and buying a stream deck that's 240 pounds does very little, does nothing for you guys. Buying a lighting rig doesn't do that much. I mean, I'm for what I'm using, I have a monitor that has a white image on there that I can adjust the brightness on. I have a extra mobile phone that's my kicker light. I have my regular light in the kitchen, in the studio, that that gives me my global lighting, and I think overall it looks just fine. I'm not trying to make anything special here in the way of how this all looks. Here's my face. You can listen to me talk all you want. My face is on every shot here, so you're gonna have to look at me all you need to, and we'll look at some amazing images down here of the night sky. So we finished off in the Rosette Nebula. All right, it looks like, okay, we'll jump over to Rocket Lab for a second here, because they are moving. And it does look like I'm looking at the screen this time. But we'll see how long it is before the live lab we got a team. Okay, here's what we're gonna do. I've left the link in here. I'm gonna pack it in. It is I will leave this not the stream going. I'll leave this link open so that they're gonna get their donations. That'll be my contribution for the things there. But yeah, that is going to be it for the evening. We'll my gosh, it's been, what is this, 5.5 hours of wonderfully clear skies. Who do we have online right now? I believe it is probably CosmoQuest is streaming this as well. They are. All right, I'm going to send you guys over to CosmoQuest. They are in a different time zone. It is not going to be 2 in the morning, 3 in the morning for them by the time this is all said and done. So we will let me pop that back over there to the Rosette Nebula for a second there, because holy potatoes, I love this one so much. It's double check that we got a screenshot on that there. Double check that we've downloaded that we saved the FITS files. Saved on that there. We we've seen some amazing stuff tonight. And the way how the weather is looking right now, it looks like overall it's going to be pants for the next week. And then we're kind of rolling into a full moon. So we'll do a rainy day astronomy on Saturday night from 8 o'clock Greenwich Mean Time. And we will be keeping an eye on the weather to see what happens there. And hang on, let's make sure I get the channel right. I don't want to send you guys off to the wrong channel. Cosmo. How about I get back on my chat there? CosmoQuest X. So I'm going to get that going there. Send you guys off to CosmoQuest. Looks like a lot of people are sending their chats over there, and they're going to look after you guys. And for those who have subscribed, it'll be as soon as I will let you know in a second here that we will. Actually, I think I can do my ramblings. Right. So I'm gonna let this. We'll have 11 of us going over to CosmoQuest. I want to thank you guys so much for joining in. I could not have done this without you, and I have appreciated the response so much to what we've been doing, and I'm so happy that we've been able to image these. Exclamation raid for those who have the emotes, for those who have unlocked them. It's that's going to send us over there, and we will see you guys back on Saturday night, 8 p.m. Greenwich Mean Time. I am Tom. I am the Astro Canuck. I'm not here to change the world. I'm here to share the universe. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. I appreciate everything that you guys have done. Have a fantastic evening. Have a fantastic day. Have a fantastic afternoon wherever you are. And we will see you Saturday night. Take care.